won't go back to the office, so they work from home. So conceptually, we are rethinking about how the people's behavior are working and living. So maybe mixing that up together, or maybe they spend only little time working at the office, or maybe they spending more time with their family, just like Michael holding his daughter. We never know what's going to happen. This is actually one step, understanding what smart city can give us, the whole communities or human races. So today, I believe that we can talk about what's really going on from your countries, or maybe your the business realms, or maybe your activities. Then we figure out exactly how the private sectors with public sector can do, maybe collaborating each other, and also the bringing up more information or the better ideas to convincing the government, like public sectors can kicking out really quickly, because, for example, New York State and New York City, they are now changing, because when we just talk about digital transformation, even 2 years ago, a lot of cities here in the US, they are so slow. Now they're actually really fast, because this is a reality. So digital transformations, a lot of people talking about in terms of theoretic way, but now realistic to everyone, every shareholders of the cities. So that's something that we need to discuss from now on. Then I think that once when the Chairman Long from Hwang Games are ready, then we can go back to him. But in the meantime, Hilton, you can go ahead with the panel discussions. Then I'll let you know in the chat room. Then if he's ready, then you can ask him to go ahead with his speech. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much indeed, Peter. What I'd like to do is just to go around the panel very quickly, and I'm going to mix it up a little bit because of the different type of the subject that was introduced by Peter in terms of smart cities, and to sort of put things in a bit of context. The pandemic has accelerated the completion of this whole digital transformation, accelerated it. And some countries will see digital transformation as a vehicle that can lead their economy in terms of quantum leaps forward. I'm going to go around the panel and ask, how can you define the categories of this digital transformation, in particular, your involvement in the particular field of that digital transformation? So I'd like to really start with Linda.
Looking at the supply chain, which is where DFM data has had one of its strongest focus points, we're seeing with COVID the absolute highlighting of the issues with supply chains. And just most recently, we had the Biden-Harris action plan for America's ports and waterways issued. And as you all know, the city centers are generally around water, and whether that's ports or water resources, rivers, lakes, it's a very, very important focal point. And unfortunately, those focal points have become choke points for the supply chain. And one of the things we've been really happy to see, and has really been accelerated because of the COVID timeframe, is the focus on the need to have data sharing and to have standards. And so, at the end of this, just very recent, like 2-3 days ago, issuance, there's a call for new data standards for goods movement. And this is something that isn't just a US problem, it's a global problem. And it's an issue that if we start dealing with the little pieces of the puzzles, with the transport unit identifiers, we can really create some streamlining, not only within countries, but within cities, and across global transportation can really be benefited as well. So that's the vertical, the supply chain vertical, definitely one that I think we have the global economy now, right? We don't we can't just focus on an individual city or an individual country. We have to look globally and then work our way from the smallest bits, you know, to the broader perspective and back again. It has to be a up, down, and down. You know, we're talking about circular economy. We have to understand how things flow and make sure those little data points are clear in the process. So definitely seeing the need for that, and governments stepping in to say, you know, this is something we're going to help push forward. So we embrace that and look forward to the governance that will help make this streamlining and data sharing and standards really work effectively across the globe.
Thank you, Linda. Dr. Lee, in terms of your experience from South Korea and now particularly advising Ukraine on the sort of smart city developments, can you
hear me?
Hello?
Yep.
In terms of your role now, in terms of advising the Ukraine government in terms of smart cities, can you talk a little bit about how this digital transformation impact and the area of that digital transformation that you're involved in the smart cities?
Thank you for your question. Last year, after the pandemic, Korean partners and Ukrainian partners tried to establish a biomedical healthcare platform to tackle against the COVID-19 and also to develop a smarter city. We are successful to open the platform, but we are not yet successful to launch a concrete project. But I think the concept itself is so ambitious. As for a smarter city, we are. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, as for smarter city, we are focusing on a particular city, so-called Lviv. This city has around 1 million population, very close from Poland. And this is well equipped with a lot of good infrastructure. As for smarter city, our main target is to develop a biocluster. Biocluster can create a lot of job opportunity, and Ukraine and Lviv has good human resource. And due to a pandemic, we consider bio and medical and healthcare issue must be very critical for every country. Even though we did not succeed in implementing a concrete project yet, but we are continuing to implement. And this week we have a very big medical delegation from Ukraine. So they are discussing with the Korean partners how to develop a biocluster, inviting telemedicine and implementing stem cell project as well. So we have a lot of concrete project at discussion. I'm very confident that we'll soon implement one pilot project, and one pilot project can expand to other medical project as well. So this is still an ongoing issue between Korea and Ukraine.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Mr. Chuck Niswanger, as the CTO of TAS, in terms of the acceleration of digital transformation, can you talk a little bit about your experience currently in terms of the acceleration of that?
Let me do that just in a moment. I do see that Chairman Long is ready, so if you want to go, I'm happy to go after.
Happy to come back to you, Chuck. Thank you very much indeed. So we go back to Mr. Phantom Long, who is the chairman of Hakim District of Hanoi, who would really like to make a short presentation to the panel and to the participants in this webinar. So please, I'd like to hand over to the chairman of Hakim District of Hanoi, Mr. Phan Thong Long. Welcome.
Morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone around this panel. Apologize for the technical problems. We have to move to the different.
Okay, Juan Kim, Mr. Chairman Long's voice is too weak. Also, translation's voice is too weak too. Can you raise the volume, please?
Can you hear us now better?
Yeah, a little bit better, but louder is much better.
Maybe we can speak to the microphone. Are you okay?
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thì như các quý vị đã biết thì quận Hoàn Kiếm chúng tôi là quận trung tâm của thủ đô Hà Nội với cái quá trình hình thành 2.500 năm.
As you may already aware, Hoàn Kiếm is a city, is the hub of Hanoi city, and we have the history of more than 2,500 years.
Và cũng như các cái đô thị cổ khác thì Hà Nội chúng tôi gắn với cái sự hình thành của các con sông và cái đô thị lịch sử.
As like many other eastern cities, Hanoi and Hoàn Kiếm in particular also developed along rivers.
Với cái diện tích thì 5,4 km² và với dân số thì khoảng 140.000 người.
Our district is with about 104,000 population, span over 5.4 km².
Chúng tôi được hình thành trên một cái nền tảng là gồm có bốn cái khu vực phân khu đô thị tại quận.
Within our district, we have 4 different developed zones.
Cái thứ nhất là khu phố cổ thì được hình thành với cái diện tích là khoảng 83 hectare.
The old quarters is with the area 83 hectares.
Khu vực Hồ Gươm và phụ cận thì được hình thành cùng với khu phố do người Pháp xây dựng ở phía nam của quận.
The Hoàn Kiếm Lake and the surrounding street are developed by French in the colonial times, and we call it the French quarters.
Và còn lại là các cái khoảng 100 hectare là đối với khu vực ngoài đê tiếp giáp với sông Hồng.
And the remaining about 100 hectares is the areas adjacent to the dike that protected from the Red River.
Và đây là cái con đường giao thông chính của chúng tôi vào thời cổ đại.
The dike, the Red River dike is our main transportation route in the old times.
Và hiện nay thì quận Hoàn Kiếm là cái trung tâm thương mại du lịch dịch vụ của Hà Nội.
And Hoàn Kiếm nowadays becomes the hub for trade, commercial, cultures, and education as well as economic capacity.
Và chúng tôi cũng có một cái lợi thế là hiện nay thì Hoàn Kiếm là một trung tâm về mặt tài chính của thành phố.
And also an advantage for Hoàn Kiếm district is we are financial center of Hanoi City.
Cái tổng thu của chúng tôi thì từ các dịch vụ liên quan đến tài chính đóng góp cho ngân sách của quận là chiếm khoảng 74% tổng thu ngân sách của địa bàn.
The financial gains contribute to about more than 70% of our budget revenues.
Còn lại là các cái hoạt động liên quan đến thương mại và dịch vụ khác ở trên địa bàn cũng như là cái thu hút ở cái phát triển về mặt du lịch.
Others contribution come from the trade as well as other activity and tourism activities.
Và cái với một cái đặc điểm là cái tỷ lệ cái số mà khách du lịch đến với quận Hoàn Kiếm của chúng tôi thì chiếm 50% lượng khách du lịch của toàn thành phố.
And the tourists that come to and stay in the district is account for about 50% of total tourists to Hanoi.
Và đây cũng là đóng góp một cái nguồn rất lớn cho cái tạo ra rất nhiều việc làm và nguồn rất lớn cho người dân Hoàn Kiếm.
tourism we create jobs and job activity and also big income to our revenue.
Và chúng tôi cũng có các cái khu phố đi bộ, các khu du lịch và gắn với các cái quỹ di sản đô thị thì đã trở thành cái lợi thế của quận Hoàn Kiếm so với các cái quận khác ở trong thành phố.
Compared to other districts within the city, we also have advantages of having kind of free pedestrians, free vehicle, motorized pedestrian streets, and we also have a center that connected to the urban heritage.
Và khẳng định là một cái lượng người khách du lịch khi mà đến Hà Nội thì cái đến 80% là qua.
And we could confirm that 80% of the total tourists came to Hanoi have bypassed or stayed in the district.
Và chúng tôi cũng là một cái trung tâm văn hóa nghệ thuật tập trung của thành phố.
And also the hub for the culture related activity of the city.
Với số lượng các nhà hát, các cái trung tâm giới thiệu về các cái sản phẩm công mỹ nghệ như là các cái dịch vụ ăn uống cao thì đây cũng là cái điểm hấp dẫn không chỉ được khách quốc tế mà được cả bản thân người thủ đô như là khách của các tỉnh thành và cả nước.
Hoàn Kiếm also are abundant with restaurant, its executive destinations, theaters, and all culture-related destinations that not only attracted to foreign tourists but also to local people in our countries.
Nếu ai đã đến thành phố Hồ Chí Minh thì chắc là cũng đã đều biết quận 1 thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, quận Hoàn Kiếm tôi cũng đồng ý là quận 1.
If you happen to visit Ho Chi Minh City, the District 1 is the center of the Ho Chi Minh City. We in Hoàn Kiếm here also comparable to the District 1 of Ho Chi Minh City.
Và với một cái điều kiện về địa lý rồi những cái nền tảng về mặt văn hóa lịch sử như vậy thì quận Hoàn Kiếm chúng tôi đang tập trung cho cái việc xây dựng một cái đô thị của quận Hoàn Kiếm trở thành cái đô thị thông minh trong tương lai.
With the foundation, with the geography, historical cultures, economies, backgrounds, we are now developing and planning to make our districts become as smart city concept, follow the smart city concept in the future.
Bởi vì là thứ nhất là chúng tôi cũng là cái nơi mà có cái hạ tầng về mặt thuật công nghệ thông tin cũng như là cái tỷ lệ người sử dụng các cái thiết bị thông minh cao nhất của thành phố.
It's also because of the reason that we have a very good communication infrastructure, and with the smart phone or portable devices user among the greatest among the city.
Và nhất là cái 2 năm vừa qua khi mà bị ảnh hưởng bởi đại dịch Covid-19 thì cũng đã thấy rõ những phát huy cái trực tuyến cho các hoạt động được quản lý cho đến các hoạt động của xã hội đã thấy rõ là cái phát triển của công nghệ trong cái tương lai.
We see it clearly within the pandemic period over the last 2 years. This district have made use of the telecommunication and internet facility that make all our from management to daily activity virtually and online, and it proved the concept of this digitalized technologies that help our city to become smart.
Và với cái việc mở rộng các công tác quốc tế và đặc biệt là cái khuyến khích cái ứng dụng công nghệ trong công tác quản lý thì quận Hoàn Kiếm chúng tôi đang tập trung và rất cần một cái kinh nghiệm của các tổ chức quốc tế như là nhất là trong lĩnh vực quản lý vận hành đô thị, nhất là đối với đô thị cổ.
We are very much looking forward to learn and to be supported with different international partners to help our district to become the digitalized and smart, to help for our management and operation of day-to-day businesses within the district.
Phần đầu cái mục tiêu của phát triển kinh tế của quận là phát triển thương mại du lịch dịch vụ đạt tỷ lệ lên đến 98,9%. Không cái mong muốn các cái cơ cấu về ngành kinh tế tổng thể sẽ chuyển sang.
And we also want to shift our economy toward more trade and commercial activity.
Và gắn với cái việc mà ứng dụng các cái kinh nghiệm kỹ thuật và cũng như là các đặc biệt là kinh nghiệm của các tổ chức về cái việc sự tham gia của người dân cũng như là thay đổi cái ý thức của cộng đồng trong cái việc chủ động trong cái trong cái quản lý nhà nước cho nên là một trong cái mong muốn.
We also really hope that we've been able to have the participation of the citizen and from all sectors in the district to adopt and to apply more digital technologies in the business.
Và tôi hôm nay thì có chuẩn bị một cái slide để trình bày, trong đó có hình ảnh và các cái số liệu, nhưng mà do chú trọng về mặt kỹ thuật nên là tôi phải trình bày.
I prepare a slide with data and images from our program. However, we apologize for the technical problem. We're not able to project it to show.
Rất là đáng tiếc, cũng tôi về cá nhân tôi thì cũng rất là cảm ơn ban tổ chức đã đặt ra cái cuộc họp hôm nay và cái sự có mặt của các cái thành viên, cho thấy sự quan tâm của các chuyên gia, các nhà khoa học và kể cả những nhà quản lý đối với thành phố Hà Nội và đối với quận Hoàn Kiếm. Nhưng mà hôm nay thì ông chủ tịch thành phố Hà Nội thì đang có cái việc không thể tăng trưởng được để sự kiện ban đầu. Rất mong là mọi người thông cảm.
We really appreciate, first of all, apologize for the technical problem, but also I just speak for my own appreciation and also from our district. Thank for all this organizer for the kind of discussion today, the participation of different stakeholders, scientists, managers all over from all over the world. That is reflecting your attention and also your support to the district of Hanoi and the city of Hanoi. We also apologize for the absence of the city chairman. He's supposed to be here today, but he has a sudden visit to take care of.
Và tôi đã rất là cảm ơn ông Quang và cộng sự của nguyên là giám đốc viên hạt cát Việt Nam đã giúp cho chúng tôi tổ chức trình bày các quý vị. Thì mong rằng nhận được, tôi rất mong muốn là nhận được rất nhiều những sự giới thiệu cũng như chia sẻ của các quý vị đối với phát triển trong cái quản lý quản lý.
And we thank in particular Mr. Quang, who is a former representative of UN Habitat, which helped us this organization of this event. And we thank all the participant, and we hope to receive your support for the district to become a smart city in the very near future.
Và cảm ơn kỹ thuật chung đã kết nối với tất cả các quý vị xin chúc sức khỏe.
We really want to learn from your experiences and from your sharing the story and case study we will work about how to help build one industry with the urban all the problem of the city. And we thank you very much for all the participation and for your support. And we hope to see you again.
Cảm ơn các bạn.
Thank you very much. Now over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed for that very interesting overview of the Hon Kim district of Hanoi. Chairman Long, thank you very much indeed for that. It was very, very interesting. I'd like to just move forward on the previous question that we were talking about in terms of the acceleration of digital transformation. And I wanted to speak to, I think it was Michael, who's in New York, in terms of what, obviously the pandemic has had a great impact on New York, but has that accelerated with, particularly now with the new mayor of New York, I think who's happy to be paid in Bitcoin. What do you see from your side in terms of that digital transformation, Michael?
So first off, thank you everybody, and I apologize for moving around a little bit. Oh, my young kids woke up early this morning. Figures, right? Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, so we've definitely noticed that with the pandemic, obviously, you know, the city went to sleep, and then now we're definitely on the waking up side. We're noticing that people are definitely doing two different types of space type configurations where, you know, people are doing A and B days, or people are taking either more space to accommodate for, you know, the COVID restrictions and whatnot. To your point of the new mayor, you know, we're not, yes, he's been elected, but he's not the mayor yet. So we don't have, you know, we have indication of what he's saying, but nothing of what he's doing as of just yet, if that helps. Just hopefully that what I will say, all right, 1 second. What I will say is that the city over the past, I want to say 3 months, has definitely been waking up. Are we back to pre-pandemic levels of people in the city, or you know, pricing? Definitely not. But we're getting there, and slowly waking up. I mean, New York is one of those very vital and reverberant type of cities. So, you know, I'll see that within the next 6 months. I would hope, God willing, that we are back to normal. But you know, we're getting there slowly.
Thank you very much, Michael. Chuck?
Thank you, Hilton. I appreciate that. Michael, good luck. I know the kids are demanding there, so it's always a big challenge. I have to juggle. My dog wants to be on camera all the time whenever I do one of these, so I have to take care of him. So yeah, so I think interesting comments about New York. I was formerly the IT director for a company called Jamestown. They own One Times Square in New York, several properties around New York, also San Francisco, all around the US. And that's when about 6 years ago, I started my own consulting business to help companies prepare in this space. And you were asking about digital transformation. So when I got a chance to get involved with Vin Homes in Gia-Lam district, one of the things that was very impressive that I can associate with is not only did they prepare the district, and this district is not quite as big as Wankim. It's about 420 hectares, which is about 1,031 acres for those in the US that measure in acres. It sounds like a lot, but it's less than 2 square miles of district. But what's interesting about that is during the digital transformation of wanting to use as much data as possible, one of the things they did in preparation for that was to create a centralized command center. And as digital transformation and digital technology advances, so does the threat of cybersecurity. And so our necessity to prepare for those people who want to take control of different aspects or shut things down or interfere with the progress, the concentration on preparation for cybersecurity can never be overemphasized. You have to stay ahead of the technology. And in this case, when we talk about the pandemic, I think about if I thought about 18 months ago or 2 years ago, if I were to go to the chief executive officer of any company and say, look, in 2 months, I want all of your employees to be able to work from home all week. They would look at me as if I was speaking another language. And in reality, I think one of the side effects of the pandemic was there was no choice. And we found that companies were very resilient and became very creative on how they could bring their employees back together on platforms like this. We're all talking from all corners of the world. They were able to continue to participate, and they had to do it securely. That was the other piece. We had to make sure that all of the access to data files, all of the connectivity, all of the administration of every system was completely secure. So I think the conversation with digital transformation, with supply chain, with impacts of pandemic stems from a resilient promotion of technology, but also with the idea of cybersecurity protection in accessing all of the systems. So I think they did a good job of that. And the other piece of that was expanding the entire environment. They live, work, not just live, work, and play, but if you think of GLM district, it's live, work, play, shop, and learn. And from a people perspective, they made an environment that allows people to get education and have schools. Vin School is there. I think David Lane might know more about that too, because he's been there. But the everything from kindergarten, Michael, your kid's age, all the way through university level. So Vin University is right there in partnership with Cornell and with University of Pennsylvania. So the environment allows for people to live in the space, to work in the space in Technopark Tower and other environments, and do it securely by monitoring all of the access in the entire district through the centralized command center. So I leave you with that. The protection against cybersecurity as we build all of this technology can never lag behind the advancements in technology. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. That's very interesting. Since you mentioned David Lang, who's the Senior Advisor, CBO of Vin AI Research, can you, David, sort of talk a little bit about this accelerated digital transformation?
No, this is an honor. Thank you, Chuck. So at Vin AI, Vin Group, we deliberately took a step back and we looked at the human impact of COVID and what is the future. And this is the business model and the human model that we have developed, and what Vin AI are developing technologies to discuss what Chuck discussed. So for example, we anticipate that a new normal will be 50-50, 50 in an office, 50 at home. When you're at home, children now are part of your work-life balance, right? So what we built called edge-to-edge technology. So our GovPro edge-to-edge technologies with the mask, right? That we set a precedence that it has to be at least 90% accuracy if you were to wear a mask. And we have developed technology from edge-to-edge that you can walk. You can have an entire street of cars of people in Ho Chi Minh City or Hanoi, Hakim, driving without camera detection of 99% accuracy. Why it is so important? Because now we can develop the heat map of the flow of humans' impact from pre-COVID to COVID and now post-COVID. And we can really determine the infrastructure flow, that we can determine the security. And then now we have people working from home where security become a critical part of our lives that we never had to worry about. That is not possible for a human to watch the hundreds or thousands of cameras. So our GovPro technology, one, one of our technology can monitor and manage 100 cameras in milliseconds at 99% precisions. That is something that only AI can do, right? 22 years ago, I attended Bill Gates' speech. He said, whomever figure out how AI can advance and help human lives to be easier will be the company that will be worth 10 times of Microsoft. So AI will be a part of that evolution of digital transformation. And also, earlier, one of our colleagues talking about supply chain. We are actually now using AI to detect the gaps in the supply chain and identify it quickly. So one of the things I have privileged in my experience working with IBM Research Lab 34 years ago, one of the things we studied was how ants ecosystem works. And do you realize that when an ant identifies there's a problem in that supply chain, within 3 seconds, the entire ant ecosystem knows there's a problem. And within 5 seconds, the ants will relocate their resources to remove that problem. That's why the ant ecosystem is so efficient. So same thing that we're doing right now with our AI technology to identify the bottlenecks, the gaps, and quickly identify it and then communicate that bottleneck to our supply chain and our partners and so on in order for them to solve the problem. And we have identified that 80% of the time of solving a problem is to identify the problem and communicate it, and only 20% solving it. Now we're reversing that. We are only taking 5-10% identifying problems and then communicating it, and then spend 80% solving the problem. So we are advancing in that very quickly. So our technology at VinAI are using AI technology to enhance that from everyday life, from an impact level. Now, from that also, we realize from the human impact level, going to change the business level from the B2B, reshaping the business model in order to be sufficient. And one of the most direct infrastructure is the supply chain and the trucking from the last mile, right? There's trucks industry that's driving 24 hours a day to supply to the needs of our home. Now our needs are changed, right? I'll call it 0 miles, meaning we are at home now. Things are being delivered to us. That is a 0 mile business model that's going to go forward. So how AI is shaping that. So one of the things that we look forward working with the Vietnamese government and Hakim is how to use our technology to really improve that overall process. I'll give you an example, okay, how impactful this is. If we have an F1, like technical part, right? If we have an F1 case, they will cost us at least $20 to $30 million to do testing every day for our employees to come back to the office. Every day there's a PCR test. Just imagine if we can detect that quickly from AI, that person shouldn't be in the building or that person should be in the building. With our 99 accuracy, we can prevent that $20, $30 million cost to a corporation. So that's why digital transformation AI is a critical part of looking at human impact back to the B2B, then back to the solution. So I'm very excited what we're doing at VinAI to really solve these problems.
That's very, very interesting. Thank you for that. And Mr. Quang, in terms of as an advisor to UN Habitat in Vietnam, can you talk about a little bit of your experience in terms of that accelerated digital transformation?
Okay. First, I think that we are talking long time ago about digital transformation before, what it happened now in the world now with the pandemic. Okay, that the issue started with the engineering company and of course a big company who are working in digital transformation, and we should recognize that digital transformation produce a very positive impact in order to improve the productivity in how to use the resources effectively. But we also need to think about sustainability, because inclusivity also. Because I think digital transformation is the mean, is not the end. The end is how to achieve the sustainable development, how to improve the quality of life of the own people, including the vulnerable people. And of course, we need to to make innovation in the way how the poor who can access this, not just only the rich. So that means we need digital transformation, but we also need also in the way how government to achieve the quality of life, how to improve also to give solution to all of our own global solution. Now we are facing with the pandemic. The pandemic deepen our problem in urbanization, industrialization, because at the healthcare system affected. Of course, the supply chain, is also interrupted. So that means a lot of people losing work. People need to be quarantined. Yeah, we are facing problem. And you see in Ho Chi Minh City, for example, million people, informal worker need to be migrated, and 1,000 people die because they are lacking the way in how to protect themselves. Still Ho Chi Minh City, they apply the technology, but they still facing problem of, for example, the flooding, the crime, the issue related to low productivity, informal development, and you see a lot of people who are living in the squatter who are much suffering from the pandemic. So I think in the way, I think accelerated transformation, yes, because the pandemic of course give pressure for us to change the way how we work, how to improve, and digital transformation is very usable mean. But also we need to think up, reflect on that one, because we need to reflect it how our innovation need to be affordable, how we are addressing the people, the poor people, the vulnerable people there. How can we to improve the healthcare system, etc. So that means we need to look for inclusive and more good solution. It's not just on and sustainable solution. So I think that is the issue need to be discussed in the long time. And UN Habitat, we are working in Vietnam for a long time, to support the government in the way how to achieve the sustainable urbanization through the policy, through the how to financing the urban sector, through also how to coordinate with the private sector and the community in order to ensure that we work for the sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Quang. Looking at the different areas that all of you are working in, it's become quite apparent that, and I mentioned this in the beginning, is that you've got the stakeholders in cities being governments who are building an infrastructure, whether it's a purely digital infrastructure or physical infrastructure, which is digitally enabled, to really help and grow cities who are becoming smarter. But then you've got these private initiatives here. So you've got infrastructure on one side, and you've got private investment and private initiatives on the other. Where's the touch points of those two, that it's a coordinated way in which the infrastructure can be leveraged by the private capital, private ideas, private investment? If I go back to you, Linda.
Yeah, that's a great question, because we have the centralization and the decentralization. We have the government and the private enterprise, and there has to be collaboration. And one of the things that I've been working towards is actually finding those touch points that enable both the top-down infrastructure and a bottom-up, so that there can be that meeting, and the data that should be within the purview of the governments or the enterprises can and should be, and the data that should be within the purview of the individual, the citizen, should be within their purview. And that's really something that blockchain infrastructure can help bring to the table, along with an emerging multi-key infrastructure technology. And when we have AI, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, right? We can have AI that's acting on the behalf of an entity that is then controlling individuals, possibly in a way that is, subrogating their rights, giving them a top-down management that may not be appropriate in those specific circumstances. So the ideal is to have an infrastructure that enables digital agency for humans and enables it for corporations and governments, but in a way that allows for that human, that individual to be respected and to have the freedom and opportunity in an infrastructure that, you know, can give data that can be super helpful. I mean, we need data from supply chains across countries to be able to be accessed and managed and supported and facilitated from a top-down perspective. But then you have the individual drivers, right? You have the cogs in the wheel, those individual ants. I love that analogy,
Yeah.
you know, just saying, hey, you know, nature's figured this out. You know, they have that top down, bottom up. They have a queen, you know, in the hive, but they also have those individual workers that have those peer-to-peer touch points that enable this communication and this efficiency to be built in, you know, to the hive as a whole and benefit collectively. So yeah, we need to learn from nature and take the benefits of the emerging tech that we have and start implementing so that we do have bottom up and top down infrastructure. And hopefully, you know, the outcome is beneficial for humanity collectively.
Thank you, Linda. Dr. Lee, in terms of your work now that you're doing with Ukraine, obviously you've got a lot of impetus in terms of that digital transformation from government, but there's also a lot of private initiatives. How's that glue working, those touch points?
Yeah, so yeah, you are asking how to leverage between the public sector and the private sector?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, when I was working in Ukraine, and one of the national priority policy for Ukraine is a digital Ukraine. Ukraine is a very advanced country in terms of high tech, particularly in the field of ICT, but they need how to say utilize their potential in the IT area. And Korea is quite advanced in terms of ICT. So we are working for digital Ukraine. As for digital transformation, I got such feelings in Korea. Recently, we got very interesting survey. How does the public feel after the pandemic? And the response was very surprising. More than 70% of response is reflecting concern on uncertainty and anger. So Korean government pay a lot attention how to deal with public negative sentiment, so-called Corona blue. So we are highly respecting to enhance social value. And our government is paying a lot of attention to provide medical healthcare service for the public. So due to COVID-19 and the digital transformation and the decarbonization have been impacting a lot to change Korean social life and so on. And as for Ukraine, as I informed you before, so we are continue to cooperate to enhance digitalization for Ukraine and Korea. Without the global partnership, I think digitalization is not possible. And also, Ukraine is very interested in to invite electric vehicle from Korean side. That kind of electric vehicle also could help to develop smart city and to help digital Ukraine as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. Chuck, your work that you were doing, particularly in the beginning, you were talking a little bit about property in Vietnam and etc. Obviously, that's a very private initiative, and then you got the physical infrastructure projects of government. How have you tackled that work in terms of the touch points between the private and the public?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you, Hilton. And just to comment on Linda's reaction to the ants, I hope in the United States we don't migrate anytime soon to one queen and all other workers so moving around. So I like the freedom in that component. The other piece that you mentioned between government and private industry, it's also a change in the different cultures of the different countries, because in the United States and a lot primarily in the West, the idea of privacy, and I think Linda touched on this earlier, is so concerning that the idea of facial recognition all around the cities and within the buildings is probably not as widely accepted as it is certainly in Asia, Vietnam, Ukraine, Korea, all of the places that we saw. And in the Vin Homes project with Technopark Tower and also around Ocean Park and in the smart cities, the idea of facial recognition is not being promoted for invasion of privacy. The idea is to anonymize the data, but also to recognize, as David mentioned, the heat map, the flow of individuals. How do we control the different components? So when you walk into a building in GLM, when you walk into Technopark Tower, the building knows who you are. It can also identify any medical characteristics to check for temperature, for heart rate, and for other issues to determine whether or not it's okay for you to go past the checkpoint. But the other interesting thing that the smart component does, it knows who you are, it knows what floor you work on. You can then walk straight to the elevator banks, 24 high-speed elevators. It tells you which one to stand in front of. You can get onto the elevator with no touch. It takes you to your floor. If you're one of the early ones in the floor, now the environment, the temperature is already being set in your space. And so that sort of technology using artificial intelligence is designed to protect and to make convenient. So whether there's an active shooter or if there's someone fallen down in a stairwell, it can recognize that and alert the authorities to make sure that things are okay. And so the technology is advancing, but I think the restrictions of privacy is still a question mark in many areas of the world. And then one more point on the working together between the private industry and the government. I know one of the features, again, at Technopark Tower in GLM district is the solar panel that provides alternative energy for the building. And when the building is dormant, when it's in the late hours of the evening or early morning when no one is working, the lights are shut down, and that excess power can be redirected back to the government's electrical grid. So that idea of sharing energy resources, the idea of the reutilization of water inside the space that is used to lower the consumption, and then the idea too of transportation, and I think Peter mentioned it earlier too, was that people who work in one of the districts, whether it's Hoan Kim or GLM or one of the other districts, if they have to work get to Hanoi, the roads and bridges from those spaces may be very difficult to get. You might have to cross a single lane bridge. So the traffic is so backed up. The component of what the government and the private industry is doing is trying to create an environment in these smart districts where people can get everything they need. They don't have to leave. they can use the buildings for living. They've got working in that space. They are shopping in that space. And the bus system, and David could probably speak to that because he's working with VinFast, but VinFast produces electric buses that completely service the entire district. The electric buses, the electric mopeds, promoting the bicycles. Technopark Tower can store over 600 bicycles. So it's quite a great cooperation between the city and the people, but also the government and the private industry. So I hope that makes sense.
It does in a way. I mean, one of the things that I think we're all familiar with is that the whole digital transformation was an extension of all the different industrial revolutions, and we're now in what we call the fourth industrial revolution, where if you have to define it, and I from your, looking from your libertarian view of the world in terms of the United States being the individual sovereignty is very, very important. The fourth industrial revolution is essentially, we are becoming what I call slaves to technology, and we're losing our privacy on one hand.
Well, you know, when you have your phone and you can just look at it and it unlocks, you've already decided, right?
Exactly.
So I think David was coming on too to talk a little bit about some of the advancements of VinFast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is now we're looking at from fourth industrial revolution to more society 5.0. Society 5.0 puts the individual in the center, surrounded by the enablement of their life by technology, but they still own essentially their data. Where if you look at the current structure of the fourth industrial revolution technologies, we are slaves to those technologies. So there's a massive shift that needs to take place to actually satisfy that whole idea of sovereignty and ownership of data.
Or I think you have the division between convenience and security. Right? That's always been the question of where on the sliding scale of convenience is it appropriate for sharing data on a wide scale. And so I think as we use the technology, that convenience factor you mentioned, we talked about earlier, just going online and saying, I need something from the store, and it is delivered to your house the very next day. That's a very convenient thing, but the system knows what it was that you ordered. So anyway, let someone else chime in.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, let's move on to what you mentioned, David. David, you've been doing a lot of work in terms of instantaneous gratification through the use of AI. Your team of using and enabling the individual through AI. And providing us with good utility from that. Can you talk a little bit about some of the work that you're doing, apart from the visual stuff that you mentioned before?
No, thank you. I want to take a different perspective. I think our perspective is about efficiency, right?
Yeah.
So I hear you loud and clear in respect to privacy. I hear you loud and clear in regard to geopolitical policy in every country. In US is different, Vietnam is different. But I think core value of what we try to do with digital transformation is about efficiency. What if I were to use that $1 that can effectively affect 10 people rather than 1 people? So I'll give you an example, right? Energy is a critical part of every industry, every country. How you use it efficiently affects every person's life. And ultimately, how the community or the country pays for it is a larger discussion. But for practicality, like Linda talked about blockchain, right? Every country don't adopt it, but it's very efficient about distributed. So for some folk who don't know blockchain, it's transparent, immutable. Record is transparent. You have an ability to choose to be private, not private. But when you look at the human factor on bridging between efficiency and privacy, I will tell you 99% of the companies in the world, even us, say, I want efficiency. Why? Because that efficiency creates an opportunity for better use of any commodities in the world, right? And then ultimately, I challenge you this. In 2018, when Microsoft, Adobe, and SAP together merged, created an enterprise data platform. In 3 years, they went from 500 billion to 600 billion to 800 billion to 2.2 plus billion dollars company. Why? Because that data, what Linda was saying is, I understand my customers' needs and wants, but that was not good enough for them. Is to understand my customer wants and needs, and then their customer back to them to provide that efficiency model that they can use the same business model across companies that has enabled them to be more efficient and cost effective and enable them to grow from 800 billion to $2 trillion in 3 years. So I want to take that perspective. What AI does is not about invasion of privacy. It's about efficiency, use of our commodities. And I think that's why smart city is critical part of what our discussion today is. How can we use technologies, practical technologies, to solve that efficiency? And gentlemen, it's not that hard. I mean, Chuck, Hill, and all of us in our 50, 60, we call digital transformation. 10 years ago, we call it innovation. Next decade, they're going to call it smart retail, right? But it's not that difficult. Like, I'll give you a perfect example in Vietnam. Please allow me 30 seconds.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, the post-COVID is like this. If I can connect to farmers in Vietnam, like 100 farmers on a platform that can sell to a buyer of all the countries and have supply chain to deliver it. You know how powerful that is to just upgrade the entire ecosystem to be more efficient. And that platform can be built literally in 3 to 6 months, even on blockchain between government and private entity. And guys, like Chuck, I am an IT executive. I provide digital transformation for Fortune 100. That technology can be done in 6 months, but the impact is core. I cannot measure the impact. Now, Vietnam policy, US policy, what we really need to do now is we already know the solution. Let's get together and have small wins. And look, that is one practical solution. So for all the listeners in Vietnam right now, I encourage you to take that idea, get together, build an e-commerce platform, get all the mom and pops who sell fruits and rice to jump on it and say, I'll charge you 5%. And I want to connect you to all the buyers around ASEAN country, all the world. And then you connect to, a supply chain. I promise you, you just got $1 billion business if you can do it right now.
That platform already exists. So
There you go.
it doesn't take 5 months, 6 months, a year to build. It exists. And we are entering into that peer-to-peer economy. And I think the overarching question is who benefits from these ecosystem builds. And you gave an example of a large corporation or a conglomeration of large organizations being the beneficiaries of aggregating the data of billions of people. There's a way to build that allows those billions of people to aggregate value from their data and still have that efficiency and still have those outcomes that you say, and I agree, that we're looking for. We want things to be convenient. We want that easy button. We want to, have fresh variety of fruits and vegetables, globally available. There's a lot of efficiencies that are already enabled. It's just the beneficiaries of those value aggregations are very different than what I believe they can be with some of the emerging tech that we have at the table.
Linda, just real quick too, and I think Peter wants to jump in, but when the smart districts are accomplishing those connections within the district, it's on a smaller scale. It's not on a worldwide scale. But I think what some of the smaller districts are doing, Juan Kim is that, GLM is that, is try to connect within the district and at least make those connections for sellers and buyers, for consumers, and for the product that's available, including the energy production and energy distribution, the reuse. We were talking about the circular economy, reusing and becoming more efficient in the use of the tools. Within the district, it creates a much more smaller model, ecosystem that's much more controlled. So let me turn it over. Peter, I think you were trying to chime in.
I'm so sorry. Actually, I'd like to just say thank you to Chairman Long, and he was actually waiting for us to just say goodbye, and he just left because COVID-19 in Hanoi is really serious. So those who I'd like really appreciate your participation from Huang Kim office, especially Huang. If you're there, just say something. And in the meantime, because there was a little technical problems to showing the Huang Kim's presentation deck, but I'd like to just to share a little bit, just quick. It's not working. Okay. So yeah. Anyway, just hang on. Yeah, it's still not working. I don't know why, but okay. So thank you again from Huang Kim. I really appreciate your participation. I'd like to toss it over to Hilton.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Peter. No, you were David. You were talking prior to that, and Linda, you were discussing this sort of whole idea of local, and then the whole sort of supply chain. And one of the things I think you mentioned in the beginning, Linda, you talked about data sharing and data standardization, so that you can go from local to global, because you've got sort of what I call shared standards. And I just wanted to ask you, is that vital, given that we're so good with technology today and so good with AI? Do we have to have a global standard in terms of how data is shared, or is the fact that the protocols, the technology can detect what that data is, and as an open system allow and be agnostic to what type of data is coming in, or the format of what data is coming in, so that you can make sense of it and utilize it?
Yeah, and that fantastic question, and that's what DFM data has been addressing over the past several years. We realize that you have to have a unique global identifier, something that truly is globally unique, and it can be created by anybody in any country transporting anything. And so it's something that we're open sourcing. It's not, a secret. It's something that's just a fundamental, easy, like, hey, Lego blocks need to have that same size little square and the same little circle, so that all different size pieces and all different colors can come together and fit when it's appropriate. And as we have a global economy, that I really believe we do have that, circular, smaller ecosystem type of build, but there are those touch points, those connections that need to be made. And the other main build that we've been doing at DFM has been to provide that translation connection between silos, between ecosystems, so that data, and if you're starting with data that is universally unique, so anytime a load is transported, it just gets that identifier connected to it, then you can digitize. And if we don't have something that can be consistent, it's very difficult to trust the quality of the data that you're getting. Because right now, to take the US as an instance, we have dynamic freight matching companies, we have load boards, we have this, AI making the quote best driver tractor trailer load connection, but it's putting out data on multiple boards that once there's actually a real connection made, it disappears. No, it doesn't disappear. It stays in all those other places because it doesn't have a unique number that can be removed automatically through a translation device saying, hey, this is no longer available. So we have about 30% of waste of time with people calling to try to connect with loads that are no longer available. So there's a very real benefit that comes with digitization, but there's a very real pain point that occurs if you don't standardize and have unique global identifiers and then those translation connection points between silos.
No, I understand. No, that's you've just hit on the global challenge, and I think I'm glad that you're actually going down the route of solving that. Mr. Quine, in terms of your work at UN Habitat, and I know it's a global organization, and the work you specifically did in Vietnam, in terms of Habitat and the going global in terms of digital transformation across all the different habitat things globally, how have you solved that problem? You're on mute, Mr. Quine, you're on mute. Perfect.
Okay. Your question is related to how can we connect with other office, no, in terms of promoting,
leverage what you know in one particular area in Vietnam and leverage all that in other areas. So basically creating that interconnectiveness so that you are able to be more efficient across all the different habitat programs worldwide.
Okay, UN Habitat is an agency for the sustainable development. We are addressing the SDG 11 about inclusive, resilient, sustainable, and safe city program. So in smart city is one of our program, and I think that is also promoted globally. We are working also on planning, urban development issue, urban governance. So, but of course, we are addressing also other, about 17 different SDG, including the zero, the sanitation, access, job creation, etc. So we are coordinating in the country level with 17 agency, UN agency, and of course we are working globally, to promote through the campaign about also poverty alleviation in urban sector or slum, for example, upgrading, etc. So now we touching about smart city is I think that it's global issue, and of course it's specific issue in Vietnam also. I think many of you referring about efficiency. I fully agree with that. Technology transformation, digital transformation, and the fourth revolution, addressing our productivity is also a mean how to improve the coordination, how to improve also our communication with people, and of course in how to enhance also the people communication with the government, for example, that is improving also the productivity and also participation. But there one point I would like also, of course we're talking about technology, but we cannot neglect about culture. We cannot neglect about other issue about financing, about urban management, etc. there. We need also to deal with also affordability of the people, as I mentioned before. We have to think about also the privacy also of the people in terms of how to protect them. So now through such coordination, we play the role because United Nations creating the platform for different stakeholders to engage, to express, and to share the idea in how to work together. Of course, we are promoting, for example, the PPP, private public partnership with that one. And I think we are also supporting government in how to develop policy to engage different stakeholders, including the private sector, the community, the academic, etc. institution, to engage, to discuss about good solution for for smart city. For example, I can show you one example that we are coordinating with Sovico. Sovico, one private company in Vietjet, and they also have some business in urban development. So we are promoting them about the social and corporate responsibility in how can we facilitate to support Hanoi and to develop Hanoi like smart and creative city. Creativity, when we are mentioning it, not just about technology, it's also about culture, how to explore the comparative advantages of the capital city. So in the way that one, we are facilitate the coordination. We advise government to create platform to develop, regulation policy in order to ensure the entrance, the promotion of the private sector, the business sector in culture, in technology. I'm working with Peter Chun also here, in order to facilitate such kind of master plan, because government have to have a good plan first in order to ensure the private sector can introduce their technology there. And of course, you need to ensure also the engagement of community, because they are the beneficiary of the technology. So I think that whole issue, I also need the support from our colleagues in regional office, also in our headquarters, who are having also working with experience in other countries. For example, in Korea. Korea is a very good, have a good master plan in technology. But we also have to learn from other countries who are exploring smart city from angle of the culture. That is the issue I would like to raise today in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, you're on mute. I wanted to ask you a question. In terms of the work that you're doing in New York at LSI.
All right.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. In terms of the reconfiguring of all the spaces, obviously using technology is very important in terms of smart buildings, etc., etc. But in terms of the ownership and lease and things like that, what new digital tools are you using in order to basically shift ownership from what I call the traditional ways of owning property into more interesting ways of accessing or utilizing or licensing or whatever property?
We're finding that there's obviously more technological applications as to on how owners are going about doing different things. We're really not finding so much of a switch, so to speak, from, for instance, the whole digital age. But the kids are crazy next to me. Sorry about that. So I'm definitely seeing more of a switch in the with the tenancies, with tenants and their employees, and the way that everybody's communicating and working, and for instance the meetings and the Zooms and all that stuff. In terms of ownership, though, not as much on that front. But I will say that just touching back on something that I heard a little bit ago. We're definitely trying to, or starting to see a revelation with just let's say on a small front, the elevators. You hit a button and then all of a sudden it takes you to your elevator. There's no buttons to be pressed, which is obviously it's a smarter, more sustainable way. And I do believe that it will start. The whole process will start going that direction, but we haven't really seen so much of the geothermal stuff like you guys are talking about yet. We definitely have seen a starting of the transformation, but we're a little bit slower, it seems to me, than some of the other places in the world when it comes to that.
Can I add to that?
Sure.
Yeah, and Michael, I don't know if you've been exposed to it, but a lot of companies now within commercial real estate, especially in New York, are starting to develop what's called digital twin. I think Linda may have touched on some of that a little bit earlier when we talk about standards between one systems and another. But digital twin starts to create that record of all things about the building, whether it's the architecture, the build, the number of square feet, any remeasures, constructions, tenant improvements, all of that. That can then go into blockchain so that it can never be altered. And the important part about that is if you've ever tried to sell, cars are not as difficult and as controlled, but if you try to sell a private airplane, a private jet, without the maintenance records, you would never be able to sell it because you have to have those. Same thing for a building. If you have maintenance records about building construction, about changes in the building structure, the tenant floor space, whether there's been one tenant that was taking up 50,000 square feet, it was later changed to 3 tenants taking up a third, 10, 10, and 30, then that has to change the floor space that's available inside the building, and the digital twin component handles a good bit of that. And then something I just wanted to add on with Linda, and I know David's been waiting, so I want to get back to that. The open standards for cities and commercial real estate, and Linda, I don't know if you've heard of the open standards commercial real estate group called OSCAR. They have been working in that area for so many years, trying to get exchange of standard information just in commercial real estate. So if we wanted to rate one building against the other, building scoring systems are still not developed. We have LEED certification, we've got wired score, we've got wellness, but it's not applied across all boards, across all countries. And so the standard component and what's accepted is got a long way to go. And it's going to take groups like yours and like Oscar to continue to push towards those standards. So let me leave it with that. And
thank you for that. I was actually going to talk about that and think about it, but thank you for hitting that.
No, brilliant. Thank you. No, this is very interesting. And Linda, yes, I think the work that you're doing is very, 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 very powerful. David, you wanted to say something similar to this?
Yes, please. So, Linda, you and I need to talk about this. I totally agree with what you're doing. But we took a unique approach, and I think it's very human. Now, I've never met you guys before. Now, next time I see you from your face, I will know the demographics of you. So Vinay and I, what we do is we're going to take the picture of you. Now we're going to add all the data around you. So that unique ID you're talking about, Linda, is our face. So next time you see David Lang, David Lang, I met you, this is, and here's information you know. So what we are doing at Vinay is using our face as unique ID. And that unique ID can be applied in so many applications. So in China, right, they can use it to pay bills. Now if you go to the retail, you cannot pay cash or credit card, it's by your face. So what we're doing at Vinay is uniquely taking your face as a unique ID, but then continue to add data. And I think one of the things that earlier question is about data. I'm going to question everyone to realize this, how much data we are creating every year. In 2019, we created 41 zettabytes. 2020 is 59 zettabytes. 2021 is 71 zettabytes. 2025 is 200 zettabytes. So to put in context what that means, in 41 zettabytes in 2019, you take every single sand in all the beaches in the world, you times that 100 times. That's how much digital data that we have to analyze. So I'm a geek, I'm a computer guy. 20 years ago, I write SQL queries. Now you want to ask me to identify who David Lang is in a building in 3 seconds and all the demographic data around me? That's impossible. So now in context of efficiency, right? So again, application of AI, application technology is ultimately who decides that. It's human who decides that. So I'm going to present to you David Lang. Here's my demographics, how many children I have, what did I bought last year, what I'm going to anticipate to buy, what my religion, right? This is something phenomenal that we discover. The fact that I'm a Buddhist, right? I'm Buddhist, I buy certain things on my seasonal. If I'm a Catholic, I celebrate Christmas, or a Christian, I celebrate Christmas. If you celebrate Christmas, you buy certain things in Christmas. For Asian, we don't buy things before Chinese New Year. So your religion factor into your lifestyle. So I wanted to really share what Linda team is doing is so significant about efficiency. And then now you tie that into the magnitude of, it doesn't matter, every single cent around the world times 200 is the data we're working with. It's not possible, right? And then as we get older, like we are, as we get older, our memory going to get lost. What AI going to do? Going to remind you of the things you should, right? So
yeah, no, thank you for that, David. And I love that you're a numbers guy too. I've got the multi-key infrastructure that I mentioned just briefly is actually infinity -1 ordered keys that can be managed on your behalf by an AI agent, so that you truly have digital agency and not a digital twin. And I know there's the concept of, you know, a building having a digital database basically that represents its parameters and everything that's occurred with it. But as human beings, having a digital twin, I think is a bit of a misnomer. I have twins. I have a boy and a girl, and they very much do not reflect each other in behavior, and they sometimes act on each other's behalf, but not consistently. And so as we look at this concept of us as humans having a digital presence, having digital agency, and having a AI agent that can act on our behalf using the security of a multi-key infrastructure that can then connect us as human to human, human to company, human to government entity. I think that's where we have a really amazing opportunity. And my background includes having taught children with special needs, and I know the kinds of accidents that can happen and what happens to your face and your biometrics and some of the challenge points there. So bringing a balance when we're looking at how identity is captured and held, and then recognizing that anytime we put ourselves or allow others to put us into categories, those categories can be helpful and give us convenience. They can also target us and have negative outcomes. So once again, bringing a balance, it's really important. And we have such really cool technology that we have to understand its power being a double-edged sword.
yeah, totally. I think
David, I was going to tell you, I think if you're capturing our faces with your artificial intelligence, I want to make sure you get our good side today. So
I'm going to give you 3 images, like 30 years ago and now and 30 years later, right? But I want to really remind us and our audience, and I'm totally agree with Linda and Dr. Wang, is remember, ultimately, AI and technology is just technology. The decision maker is still us. Really is still us. We are giving our family, our friends, and so on, is the control that what can make us better. So any good companies with any good products still give that control to us. So I don't want to lose that focus that AI going to take over the world, and that there's a blurred line between integrity and so on. No, we still in control.
Well, I think David also, just to add, maybe it's a redefining of what AI is about. It's not artificial, it's assistive. So we're using the assistive intelligence to help us make decisions that we couldn't have made so fast and so accurate using the data.
Absolutely. And I give you a live example. VinFast going to launch our Model 35, 36 in America, right? This coming next week. We have assisted virtual assistant. You no longer have, when you're driving, you have kids in the back and they're yelling, screaming. Do you really want to like tune your eyes and push the buttons and changing the temperature? Or do you say, hey, VinFast, lower the temperature? Hey, VinFast, what's the next car? Where's the next restaurant? Or where's the next restroom? Hey, VinFast, where's the next there? To me, that is something human enhancement, not controlling us, right? So as a mom, as a dad with children yelling, screaming, I definitely do not want to look behind. I'm like, win fast, play something that my children would like and they can watch. So that is something I want to bring us that to Dr. Wang said, the culture, but the human aspect is still there. And what VinAI does is we really look at the human behaviors, the human impact, that we can really develop technology to help us. Right? Same thing we're going to build next thing is, I'm a busy dad, and I would love to have an AI can help my kids how to do the math. And the math that we learned 40, 50 years ago, I cannot do it anymore. Hey, AI, help my daughter how to do this math, right? That's what I don't want us to lose that human touch, what digital transformation AI is about. And I think the world is becoming smaller, because what I'm very proud of what Vietnam has done is that really, if 30 years ago, Vietnam is like one of the poorest countries in the world. But if you look at Vietnam now, is the last 10 years is the fastest growing per capita for GDP, in the world. And that will continue. And like what Linda said, I give an idea, and they said, no, we already have it. My gosh, I would love to bring that solution to Vietnam and educate it and do it. There you go, right? There to go. That's, you ask me, what did this? That is the perfect example of digital transformation, connecting to human on the spot. Not that difficult. Don't make it so complicated. It's just that's what it is.
Thank you for that, David. In terms of, I think of time now, we've got 10 minutes. And I think it's been such a great panel. And I know that the COVID-19 is showing no signs of subduing or ending. And we really have to consider that we have to be living with this for many, many years. And what's important to us now is to accept that this is going to be the case. But what ways in which technology can be used in order to make our lives a lot easier. So it's just a little bit of a forecast in 10 minutes. If I give you all a couple of minutes to go through your forecasts of what you expect technology to help us going forward. I'll start with from reverse order, Dr. Quang.
Okay, thank you. Very quick, I think the COVID pandemic make a very negative impact, but also is the way accelerating our speak on term of application of technology, digital transformation in that one. And of course, but I think technology should address to support the vulnerable people who are losing the job now, for example. So I mean, there are website how to support informal worker. They can also find alternative way how improve their life. That's important. Technology also it help to strengthen our healthcare system, because now we can use integrate the healthcare prediction, and of course to continue to support how the community to work together. That is very important, because government cannot solve the solution. Even private sector, community is very important. So how can we ensure that the people in the community, they coordinate, they can work, and they can know about how to protect themselves? The technology should work on that. And of course, we need the vaccine. So technology is how to improve, how to prevent, and how to kill us if we are facing the COVID-19 again. And I know the virus changing very quickly. And so I think that we need to find a way to live, to adapt with the new situation, not just to quarantine the people interrupted. I mean the production chain. We need to also with how to adapt to the new situation, and hope that technology can support us. I mean to adapt to the new situation.
Thank you very much for that.
Jansen, it's time to wrap up. So we have only 5 minutes to go to the next session.
Yes. So I'm just wrapping up now. So we've got 7 minutes. So Dr. Lee.
Yeah, thank you very much. Once again, everybody is talking about the smart city, but we need to also pay attention to how to develop rural area. Korean government is paying attention to co-develop between city and also a smart town and smart villages. So we need to find out some balance development between a major city and rural area as well. And also, you are talking about the efficiency or importance of technology. Yeah, I do agree with you, but in parallel, we have to pay attention to humanity. Without the sound value and without a healthy life, I think technology can be a disaster. And thirdly, I think due to the COVID-19, medical, bio, and healthcare could be more important. Korean government is very eager to ensure life cycle medical system. So for this purpose, we are going to collect bio medical big data as well. And lastly, I think in order to tackle with the current COVID-19 and next COVID-19, we need more to encourage global cooperation and collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Michael, your 1 minute. You're on mute. Yeah.
So I just wanted to again thank you all for the time this morning. Very informative and very interesting. This is definitely the way of the future, and I think it can only help and benefit everybody if New York somewhat came up to it faster. We know that New York is one of the hotspots in the world, so we're getting there. Yeah, that's really all I have to say here.
Thank you very much. And Chuck.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you again for joining. I would just say real quickly, obviously we are living with viruses all the time, whether it's COVID-19, the flu, other viruses. The vaccine has been a godsend, and if you don't believe that we can coexist with viruses, just tune into some of the college football games this weekend and see 100,000 people packed into the stadiums with very little concern about the additional spread of COVID, because people are vaccinated. People have had the COVID and have developed antibodies. They are learning how to work together. There is not ever, I think, to Dr. Kwang's point, there's never going to be a situation of COVID zero. We need to work together to eliminate and be able to live with this together and live our lives, advance in the technology, advance in the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then David.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's been an honor. But one thing I want to share about smart health. We are using AI to understand when you have COVID, to understand your lungs impact, your health impact. And AI are using those data marks to give the right formula, the right time, the right stage, what drugs you should take, what a doctor cannot do. So I'm going to give you an example how AI is already impacting our smart health. And I am honored that I was able to work with a big healthcare company in the US to build that AI technology that actually in the early stage to really give a recommendation, what doses, what percentage, what stage of COVID to save lives. And that is one small part of my focus about human behavior and human impact. And if any listener out there who want to learn about this technology, practical technology, please reach out to me. And Linda and Chuck, we have to talk after. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for that. And then to Linda.
Absolutely, thank you.
Last but not least.
This has definitely been a fun conversation and awareness building opportunity. So thank you for that. As I look at the past 2 years, I think COVID has shown us that we can synchronize across borders, and we are all uniquely human. It doesn't matter our ethnicity, our gender, our religion, so much as our humanity. And I think if we can keep that at the center, the innovation that's possible in healthcare, getting away from the archaic paperwork, both in healthcare and supply chain, and digitizing and taking advantage of the efficiencies that AI and blockchain technology and the combination of them can bring to really help us create a universal framework of things and humans that can play better together. I think that's my hope for the outcome of this time frame. And we do have so much opportunity and so much strong emerging tech to help make that possible, and human beings around the world wanting to facilitate that and push it forward and have those public-private partnerships. So it's exciting to be a part of that. Thank you.
Linda, thank you so much. And thank you very much for all the esteemed panelists for your contribution to this 2-hour session, which is basically looking at people-centered smart city policy. We got a little bit sidetracked in a few areas, but these were very interesting areas to look at, in particular to do with data standards and AI. So thank you again for the chairman of Ho Chi Minh District, Hanoi, Pham Ton Long. Thank you again, Linda Goetzer of the DFM Data Corps, Dr. Lee, for the former Korean ambassador to Ukraine. Chuck Niswanga, thank you very much for your contribution in terms of the work that you're doing at the Technology Advisory Services. And of course, David, your work that you're doing at Vin AI Research was great contribution. And of course, Michael, giving us the pulse on the ground in New York in terms of the real estate and technology and the use of technology in real estate in New York. And of course, great contribution by Mr. Kwang in terms of your work with the United Nations and policy and communication, etc., across all these areas. So thank you very much indeed for your time. I know it's been a 2-hour. Thank you very much for all of you who've been watching us. And we look forward to seeing you at the next World Smart Cities Forum Summit. Goodbye.
2.
Hello, everyone. This is Jae-won Peter Chun from World Smart Cities Forum. I'm president of World Smart Cities Forum, based in the UK. We are non-profit organizations. This is actually 5th World Smart Cities Leaders Summit. Then this is also the first time we just do it online virtual webinar. So this is final, the last but not least, most important sessions, and out of 5 sessions since yesterday. We do have very beautiful and fantastic speakers and panelists to share their insights and experiences regarding what kind of solutions and services and technology can be embedded in smart city initiatives in the future. So let me briefly introduce speakers and panelists. And first off, Mr. Paul Sheedy. He's a CEO of Unify ID based in the UK. And next presenter is Osman Zrikem. He's the founder of AO PropTech from UK, also based in France as well. Next presenter is Michael Jansen. He's the chairman and CEO from Citizens, based in Chicago and USA. The next one is Mr. Adi Ben Adi, and he's a CEO of Applied Blockchain based in the UK. And the last presenter is Mr. John Reynolds. He's the president of Agile Practical Grid from the US. And also we have a co-moderator, Richard Strikes, and he's not here yet. He's going to join us shortly. He is a COO of Raw Global Impact, as well as a vice chair of Billion Strong from Virginia. Next, I'm going to introduce other panelists here. Selena Le, she is the founder and CEO of WSAFE Impact Venture Builder based in Vietnam. And Mr. Elliot Chun is emergence lead and from Will & Co. based in New York City, US. And finally, we have Mr. Phi Mai, and he's a trade manager of British Consulate General, Ho Chi Minh City, based in Vietnam. Thank you very much for every speakers and panelists in joining us for today. So let's start with presentations from Paul Sheedy. If you're ready, just go ahead. Thank you. Paul,
that's great. Thank you, Peter. So, thank you, Peter, for today. I appreciate all the work you're doing in this whole sector, as we all do. So, look, we focus at Unified on one real key area, which is building intelligence and really delivering to you, especially in the corporate real estate sector, the university sector, etc., the data that you actually need to know about so you can run your buildings better. The whole issue with a building is you cannot manage what you cannot measure. What we're delivering to buildings is the measurement tools, the insights that they need so they can really understand what is happening going forward. Look, we're all aware of what's happened right now. The workplace has fundamentally changed. It's not only the workplace, the mentality of various sectors of our workforce has changed. We see very clearly that millennials don't see why they should come into an office. Now, I'm going to be unpopular. I actually think it's completely crazy that we're actually allowing this psychology to happen. You know, I know from my working experience that it is really all about collaboration, and I do get this hybrid options are open and all the rest. But we see clearly that globally, there's different countries working on this in different ways. I also have an office in Hangzhou in China, and 100% of people are back in the office and have been for a very long time. And you see that collaboration much stronger. Now, I think we'll eventually get to a stage where we'll realize that actually working from home isn't the be all and end all. But for now, what's happened for the building sector, the people who run these corporate estates, is it's really left them not knowing where they're going. What we're trying to do for these companies is deliver on top of our core solutions we had already, the data they need now from the impact of COVID to really manage better. So this is where we have to start talking about net zero and UN sustainability goals, because 40% of the world is used in buildings. And at least, and I say this word, at least 30% of that power is absolutely wasted. Now, currently we have the sector at between 40 to 91% empty. London is particularly bad right now. It's got an average of about 20% of people back in buildings. And of course, we've seen huge rises in the cost of running buildings, or extra cleaning, extra measures put in place. So this idea that not knowing about your occupancy, it's got to go away. It's an absolute necessity. If you're going to target how you get to net zero, if you're going to find that actionable data, you need to make a change now. And thankfully, we've been around for quite a few years working on the background technology about how we actually get you there. Now, in terms of UN sustainability goals, I have to disappoint you. It turns out I can't do all of these, but what we are focusing on is delivering innovation in industry, delivering sustainable cities and communities, and enabling you to know how to get there better, showing you how to consume the power in buildings much more responsibly. And obviously, lowering that amount of power being used means we have an impact on climate. And if any of you do know me, we work so close to our partners all over the world. We work in collaboration with security, FM teams, building management teams all everywhere. So what do? We deliver you the insight to know who is where in a building, not blue dot tracking. We're not checking toilets or photocopying rooms. We're just giving you zone by zone where you are to deliver you massive benefits. Now, the return on investment areas can be broken into five pieces. One, security. We deliver you who is where in the building. So anybody who breaches security, it is digitalized, it's sent straight to the security team, what's happened, who's involved, and where they need to go. For the reception teams, to enable better engagement between the members or the employees and the reception teams, as soon as you get out of a lift, your profile is there. They know who you are, they engage with you. And in co-working, this is key to delivering higher retention rates. Now, what we've also done, as I mentioned, we have an office in Hangzhou in China where Hikvision are also based. And in the last year, we've developed 3 new products. One of them is a COVID mitigation technology, where uniquely we detect you walking into your building using our technology. At the same time, we have a focal point where it looks at your temperature, and if you've got a raised temperature, we automatically close down your access to that building and message you straight away and inform HR and inform the security teams. And then for FM optimization, I'm going to show you some charts later on. We're trying to make sure that the FM teams are cleaning in the right places at the right time, not working on a schedule of every 2 hours, but we inform them based on the number of hours used on every floor of a building. They should go now to the 18th floor, now 24, now 39, now 6. And if there's only half the amount of people in a day, they only clean it half the amount of times. But more importantly, and this is really key for me personally, is the safety and evacuation of high-rise buildings. It's an area that has been completely ignored. Everybody said things would change after 9/11. Nothing has happened. And the data we collect is actually now going into how we deliver much safer buildings. So how we do this is really very simple. We install in just the lift lobbies and the stairways our sensors. And inside your access card, we embed a new technology, a new chip and antenna. It goes in there, it allows us to see that card in your pocket as you get out of a lift lobby on the floor you should be at, or in the lecture hall you should be at as a university student, or in the co-working space that you're a member of, or in the private members club where you're a member of. We're not detecting you anywhere outside that area where you should be. So therefore the GDPR is complete compliant. We analyze all this data, delivering you massively deep analytical tools to let you understand exactly what's happening in your building. And then, as I mentioned, from fire evacuation to security breaches to the FM teams, we immediately communicate to the right person with the right information at exactly the right time. So our technology has grown not only from what we do with access control and the long-range detection of that access card. So we don't do access through our chip and antenna. We do traditional chip and antenna in your card right now. So that doesn't change. But then we have occupancy counting. So we're looking at exactly the overall numbers of people coming in, members and non-members. And then, of course, the ID temperature checks that we built with Hikvision in Hangzhou as well. And again, this is growing into more and more areas for the company. And of course, on this data, we then analyze what's happening. So what you get to see here is what a real evacuation of a high-rise building looks like. At the very point an alarm is raised in a building, immediately we tell the management and we tell the fire service in your city, Hanoi, Beijing, Shanghai, London, New York, this is what's happening in this building. This is how many people are there. This is how many of them have a mobility issue. And based on the data we see, knowing where the fire wardens are, and then knowing where the firefighters are as they walk into the building, you get the insights you need to ensure you're delivering the safest evacuation for those people. And again, what we do at that very point when the alarm goes off, we have the number of floors, the number of stairways that building has, the number of people who have got disabilities, how many fire crews, how many fire wardens at a time. Because I'm often here at 10 o'clock at night. There are no fire wardens at 10 o'clock at night on my floor because it's me and some other sad CEO working horrendous hours. But what we do then with our AI techniques, through machine learning, through artificial neural networks, through deep random forest networks, is we look at how many people are going to each of those fire evacuation stairways in real time. And when they go over capacity, we can then, through the other companies we collaborated with, send them to other stairways and balance out how that building evacuates in the fastest way possible. This is going to be the gold standard in how all high-rise buildings evacuate going forward. But on the back of the reporting tools and detection tools, what we have is things like live view, where your face appears immediately for the security or the reception teams. We have the instant alerts on people who walk in with COVID signs. We have the occupancy reporting on 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and then the dashboards to allow you to enable to look at what's actually happening in your building. So this looks at everything from how the day part numbers, how it goes, rises and falls, how many hours each floor has had in terms of its occupancy levels. You can dive into each company inside a co-working type of environment. You can dive into the visitor list and see where abuse is happening, where people are booked in as visitors every day, but actually they're employees. And we can also then, in larger portfolios, allow you to analyze and assess each of your buildings and look at why certain characteristics are different, why your power usage or electricity usage is high in one, or your security teams are much larger in one building compared to another. Now, what we've now done is start taking in humidity, CO2, all these extra variables to allow you to look at what's actually happening in your building all the time. On the back of that, what we're delivering is the usage of your building. Now, if we look at this here, this is actually, believe it or not, 2 floors of the same building in London. And as you see on the left-hand side, it's got an average of about 50 people using it. On the right-hand side, you got about an average of 125 people a day using it at a maximum peak. So you may decide, looking at how people come in and look at how people leave, you know what, I can cut my energy cost right down. But this is not what the reality is. COVID has changed reality completely. So actually, when you look at 7 days a week, you see very clearly that your average is completely pointless. On the building on the left, you have way more than double the amount of people on a Tuesday. The building on the left, you have way more than double the people on a Thursday. So you can't just put your air conditioning on an average. You've got to look at what's really happening. Look at the predictive analysis that every week, Mondays and Fridays, I have far lower peaks. And on certain floors, I've got different measurements coming in as well. So of course, if you did look at the average, you'll see very clearly the difference between your Tuesday and Thursday here is massive. So what we'll enable you to do is to really micromanage how you use your aircon, how you use your FM teams, your number of separatists you need on a Monday and Friday, for example. Looking at all of these variables and showing you how you cut costs. And this is key. The money being spent on power inside these buildings is vast. Now, our clients include already the likes of Deloitte, Grosvenor Estates, TSB Bank. We've deployed in the States. We've deployed in a lot of co-working sites already. China and the Middle East as well. So the value proposition of what we do is we're giving you the real-time insight for you to know what you should do. Lower those costs right down and deliver you the data for better safety and control of your buildings. Now, I work in Canary Wharf Group here, which is these very, very large area of London, which has a lot of high-rise buildings. Now, Canary Wharf Group are really doing a lot on sustainability, amazing work, and they're incredibly transparent. And therefore, we know from the data they deliver on their energy usage exactly how much energy is being used by every single person in the building, right down to that granular level. And it's this openness of companies like Canary Wharf Group that allows us to be able to go in now and really see how we deploy and how we deliver them massive cost savings. Now, at the moment, the air conditioning is on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Again, I'm one of these sad people who tends to work on a Saturday. There may only be 1 or 2 or 3 of us here on this floor. It's a massive floor plate. Now, by having those sensors on CO2, humidity, we can see, is one person really going to change those variables that day? Highly unlikely. So if we can just cut the cost of power by 10, 20, 30%, they have a very, very rapid return on investment and a huge cost saving. And then from year 2 onwards, when our hardware has been put in place, as you see, the ROI model is incredibly fast. Now, what we're trying to look at is cities like Hangzhou, where I'm based, New York, etc., which New York has got a much bigger issue than even London right now. And take this data, take this insight, take the way that we deliver these systems and deliver the way that they can cut their carbon emissions, and more importantly for the buildings owners, massively cuts costs as well. Look, we do need to change, and we need to change today. We've seen COP26 is going on right now. We're failing in COP26 in many aspects. You know, India claiming they're going to start looking at this by 2070 is just not acceptable. I've illustrated to you a way that buildings can cut their carbon costs rapidly, quickly. So take my details. We've got a lot of proven cases behind us already. Let's get in touch and we will show you how in Vietnam, where we're based, China, US, Middle East, how you can take this technology and really make a change in your companies. Thank you again for listening today.
Thank you. Next up, Osman, if you're ready.
Yes, ready. Hi, everybody. Just I'm going to be able to see my screen. Perfect. It's nice to see you all. Today I'm going to tell you a bit more about what we do at EO PropTech, but also how we envision the future of cities and real estate through more technology as well as more sustainability. So very quickly, just about us, we're the largest venture capital firm dedicated to real estate technologies in Europe. We have been around since 2019, so pretty young, addressing this very large topic. We have direct access to about $40 billion plus of real estate assets across Europe. And we have this approach of being a permanent capital structure, so an evergreen fund, which means that we invest in the long term. As of now, we have 18 portfolio companies in Europe as well as in North America. And we try to assess the different potentiality of technology in order to advance the different type of cities. So giving you a bit of perspective from a venture capital standpoint, investing in real estate technologies and the future of cities, we try to map out the technology in the built environment. And as you can see here, there are about like 16 different verticals or segments. We have mapped out more than 50 so far. And it's really just to speak to the diversity that comes in place when we look at the built world. It's the largest asset class in the world, and cities are obviously very big component of it. And if you think of it, you can have things related to residential, offices, retail, logistics, hotel, data center, infrastructure, all of that. And then you can add an overlayer technology in order to find a technological segment. So some of which you're very familiar with. So things related to construction technology or contact, what we call distributed energy, smart home, any type of financial play or fintech play within property that we call prop fintech, things related to logistic tech, obviously the smart buildings and IoT platform, and smart city sustainability. Today, I'm going to speak to you more about the climate conscious technology that we have been seeing in real estate and what does it really mean. So what net zero means for cities and real estate at all. So as you may know, a net zero building has no net carbon emission during the construction and operation. Emissions are reduced across the value chain and any surplus is balanced by carbon offsets. So if you're positioned from a city, you need to have the ability to really understand what happens at the construction, operation, but also through the whole life cycle. So sustainable building materials, which can reduce the embodied carbon and offsite production with lower material waste. On the operation side is really about reducing operational carbon emissions of the building by having a highly energy efficient buildings to procure energy from renewable resources, which we have been seeing more and more, specifically in US and Europe, as well as increase efficiency with automation in management and maintenance and trying to offset the residual emissions. But offsetting is really about the residual. You need to deal the whole work in order to reduce it. When it comes to the whole life cycle, embodied carbon over entire lifetime must be zero through better design and choice in input material, but also in increased longevity through better management and reusing materials after asset disposal. And this is where we see also a lot of new innovation, is this part of using and reusing materials that are coming from the built world already. As you may know, in Europe, building stock is pretty old and pretty dense. So a lot of things that have to happen with an old building stock for the refurbishment side. There are several main factors for decarbonizing. If we see it from a European standpoint, there is obviously very tight European regulation that are coming into place for the past couple of years. And in COP26, there have been new announcements made by the European Union, the green financing and stimulus package post-COVID, as well as technological solutions that are available products. And this is what I'm going to be speaking about a bit more today. So what are the climate tech that are enabling the trajectory for net zero cities? I'm going to take a pause and step back and look at it from an asset standpoint, because all these assets are actually part of the patchwork that we call cities. So there is the whole aspect of the construction and design of the life cycle of all assets. There is obviously the industrial assets, which are very big net contributors, and you have things which are related to just farming and land assets, which are very important also, as well as commercial real estate and data centers, which can be touching upon. So the idea is to walk you through this view by cherry picking several technologies, some of which we know very well, some of which are our portfolio companies, but the idea is really to step back and look at it from a technological standpoint. So if we look at the construction life cycle in all assets, addressing the construction life cycle can be quite challenging. And the idea is to really look at it from consumption to construction. So there is this company called VSCAB, which does what we call dynamic LCA. So that's life carbon assessment, which gives you obviously the carbon footprint life cycle for property developers at the design phase of the building. So the idea is to really encompass the view of what would be the carbon footprint of your building for the next 30 or 40 years, depending on the design and the type of material that you're currently using. So if you are familiar with some of the other industries, such as aeronautics or, for example, automotive, etc., having a big part of the work that is done at the design phase in terms of simulation is pretty normal. It's standard since the 90s. But if you think of the real estate side, you only had some kind of advancement with Autodesk where people are designing from the architecture standpoint. So there is a lot of fancy things in terms of 3D, but you don't have actual projection about what does it mean in terms of carbon footprint. And I think that is we have seen a real advancement for the years. Many companies which are combining earth science, data science, as well as deep physics in order to think better about the whole life cycle of carbon, but from a building standpoint. So we think that those kind of things will be pushed through by regulation, but we're already seeing some of the most advanced, let's say, property developers, specifically in Europe, who are thinking this into account, and they're making it as a selling point when to want to get access to permitting or new lots, specifically in very high dense areas in cities such as Paris, London, Brussels, Amsterdam, as well as Berlin. So consumption is definitely going to be one of the part of construction life cycle where we're going to see more and more of these tooling, which are addressed to the engineering guys. So it is B2B tools, which give you the ability to really assess the carbon footprint through the whole life cycle at the design phase and kind of pre-validate what would be your overall carbon footprint. And then through construction, you have a lot of things that have been happening within the past couple of years. One of which has been picking up my attention is CarbonCure, who are developing a CO2 utilization technology designed to help solve climate change. So that would be from a cement standpoint. So basically, as you may know, concrete and cement is something that is produced very locally. Okay, you're not going to ship basically cement for a building from 500 kilometers away. It's most of the time, it's going to be small facilities, industrial facilities that are within a 30 kilometers, 20 kilometers radius. And CarbonCure has been developing an actual hardware that comes and sits on top of the supply chain or the actual industrial facility that is producing the concrete in order to inject carbon within the concrete fabrication. So that's a way actually of capturing carbon within the concrete and therefore having a more dense carbon that is compacted within the construction with the same effect to the material itself. So we've seen more and more of these kind of solutions that are coming to market with what we call green cement and other things. And we think that it's going to be part of the procurement moving forward for all those new cities, which might actually apply something very specific about the carbon intensity of the materials. Now, if we look at the industrial standpoint, it's about having cleaner air in industrial cities. And this is actually a very vivid topic in China, where you have a lot of issues when it comes to particles. And you have several companies which have been working on this. So some more on the data science and AI side, so kind of working on the parametering of the industrial facility to cut energy consumptions and therefore reduce the carbon footprint. So Metron is an example of that. It's a data platform that actually works, with the large manufacturers, for example, of consumer packaged goods. They works with the likes of Nestle, Danone, and those kind of guys. And the idea is really to reduce the overall consumption of energy within those industrial facilities, which enhance then the carbon footprint. You also have heard, I think, all of you about this Climeworks company, which have installed its first big facility in Iceland. Couple of weeks ago, there was a big announcement about it. So actually removing GHG emission from ambient air directly. So they're specializing in carbon dioxide air capture technology. The company filters CO2 directly from the ambient air through an absorption dispersion process. There've been a bit of controversy about those kind of techniques because obviously you cannot do everything with it. And it's a so-so because how do you actually, produce the energy of this for this type of devices? So Iceland was a very good example because there is a lot of geothermal energy. So therefore, the actual energy that you use in order to capture the carbon or the CO2 is pretty decarbonized itself, but it's not something that you can do everywhere. But these are the kind of things that people are thinking about consolidating the carbon footprint overall. So either by reducing drastically the energy consumption of industrial facilities or even by capturing CO2 from the ambient air in order to make the cities a bit more habitable from a carbon standpoint. Now, if we look at the enhancing farming and nature assets, there are a lot of things that have been happening in modern farming. Bori is an example of them. It's an egg tech startup specializing in indoor vertical farming of leafy greens and herbs. The company's produce is sold online and in retailers like Giant Foods, Walmart, and Whole Foods. So they're doing pretty well in the US. We've seen a lot of different companies doing something similar. So the idea is to have something with the lower loop in terms of carbon footprint because you don't have to ship very far for those kind of things. So having hyper-local consumption. The problem again is when you have high density cities, it's very difficult to actually have some productive strategy when it comes to agriculture. So indoor vertical farming can have a lot of efficiencies there. And we've been seeing more and more companies emerge with the positive unit economics, which was not the case a couple of years ago, and still showing for a reduced carbon footprint. So we think that there might be a balance there. It's definitely not future where we're going to see those companies taking over and producing 20% of the needs when it comes to agriculture, but definitely there would be some very good mix, specifically in some cities where you do not have enough available space and where you want to actually reduce the transportation carbon footprint of bringing some type of fresh food into the city. There is this other company which is more working on what we call data-driven carbon offsetting. So carbon offsetting, again, a topic that have its pros and cons. From my perspective, it's something that has to be marginal. It cannot be your whole strategy to just go through carbon offsetting. But they have been picking up some traction because the way they sell carbon credits, which basically represent the carbon dioxide that trees remove from the air, it's based on forests that are protected or restored, and they can generate credits. So there is a way which is done a bit more data-driven through satellite imagery, but also working with down community in order to enhance the foresting assets. Coming to the commercial real estate, which is a big part of the buildings we have, specifically in dense cities, there are a lot of things around air purifications and energy savings. So EnviRed, for energy consumption and indoor quality improvement is an interesting company because it kind of overlaps two key topics now, which is one related to the quality of the air. So there are a lot of chemicals within the indoor air quality problematics, and it's not only about the CO2 or the methane. And when it comes to optimizing the actual energy consumptions from building, we have seen a lot of EMS systems. Aquicore is one of them, and it's really interesting the way they've been working on giving analytics and best practices in building management to facility managers in order to reduce the overall carbon footprint. Looking at one of the last topic, which I think is really interesting and sometimes under-regarded, and that's the data centers. As of now, data centers account for about 5% of global carbon emission, which is a lot. Just to give you a comparative figure, at the peak of the aviation travel was representing about 4% of the global carbon emission. So data centers is already 5%, and it's just growing. And the energy today that is used in conventional data centers, what we call like vanilla data centers, is used 40% for air conditioning or cooling towers, which basically add a problem. So you have the actual energy consumption that comes from the racks and the microchips, but you have on top of it an additional energy consumptions that comes just from the AC system or the HVAC that is used to that. So just to give you some interesting figure, in 2018, EU's total electrical usage for data centers were about 76 terawatt-hour, and cloud grew by 28% by 2030%, which could be more than Belgium's annual electrical production. So a whole country production in Europe will represent less actually than all the data center electrical production moving forward. So we know it's going to bring a lot of tension into the grid. So there is this interesting company called Carnot Computing, which has been working on something quite innovative, where basically they remove all the problematic coming from the cooling system because they have built computing heaters and computing boilers, which means that they have bundled together microchips in order to enhance microchips together, and basically the heat that is generated by those microchips is used either to warm buildings or heat water that can therefore be used. So there is a double usage of the energy consumption, and it also services one of the key use cases that we're seeing moving forward, which is basically edge computing. So having the ability to compute distributedly without having to go to very far data centers. So those are the kind of technologies that we foresee being adapted in the built environment, and also enhancing the way cities are being mapped out in order to produce the right level and the right level of quality in terms of technology, but at the same time servicing something that is better in terms of energy consumptions and usage. So thank you for assisting about that, and yeah, happy to discuss a bit more during our panel, and you can always find some of these insights on our platform.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Osman. I do believe that Osman as well as Paul is talking about PropTech, and just based on the kind of new agenda of the smart cities, we definitely are working on the smart cities in New York City based on the PropTech. So it's something that we are trying to maybe help each other, collaborate each other in the future. So next up, Michael Jansen's Citizens is also maybe it's really interesting topics, and talking about digital twin initiatives, because I adopted digital twin 3 or 4 years ago when I actually delivered the master plan for National Smart City Master Plan in South Korea. So we're looking forward to hearing from you soon.
Well, thank you very much, Peter, and thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be speaking to such an esteemed audience today, and also with our wonderful expert panelists. I'm Michael Jansen. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called City Zenith. We specialize in a type of technology called urban digital twin technology. And today I'm going to introduce you to what that is, and an initiative that we launched about 6 months ago called Clean Cities, Clean Future, which was an initiative to implement urban digital twins in major cities around the world to help commercial building owners reduce emissions to zero. So urban digital twins are a category. You might have heard about digital twins already. Gartner has called it one of the 3 most important technology trends in the world for 3 years running. And they're used widely in manufacturing and oil and gas, even in space. Urban digital twins are specific digital representations of the physical built environments in cities, including transport networks, buildings, infrastructure, all kinds of things. And they are used to optimize all aspects of design, building, and ultimately the ongoing operations of assets and management. Now, to give you a quick overview, allow me to play a video for you which describes this in a nutshell. So, what are urban digital twins? Urban digital twins are digital representations of the physical built environment in our cities, including transport networks, buildings, and infrastructure. Imagine walking through a virtual representation of your city on your computer, where digital objects, roads, streetlights, bridges, buildings, are connected to thousands of data points from hundreds of city systems. As you move from block to block, the urban digital twin is hard at work behind the scenes, using data to optimize the interplay of buildings, infrastructure, vehicles, and people to reduce costs, improve mobility, eliminate emissions, and ensure public safety. That image in your mind is an urban digital twin at work. They empower us to see, analyze, and predict trends and events in cities using data like never before. Here at City Zenith, our Smart World OS Urban Digital Twin platform is purpose-built for the people who design, build, and run large projects in cities. Property owners, facilities managers, infrastructure operators, energy firms, city planners, and governments leverage Smart World's data and analytics to design and develop their projects far more efficiently and for less money than other tools allow. A recent report from ABI Research revealed that urban digital twins will save cities a whopping $280 billion in planning, development, and operating costs over the next few years. Smart World OS consolidates data from a multitude of stakeholders in a single, easy-to-use, interactive 3D platform. No platform in the market can do what ours does today. Our users report dramatic results. Operating costs cut by 35%, productivity improved by 20%, emissions reduced by 50 to 100%. We've created digital twins for airports, seaports, rail infrastructure, mixed-use building projects, and even entire cities all over the world. To learn more about how your company can work with City Zenith, contact us at info@cityzenith.com or call us at 312-883-5554. We welcome you to join us. So, urban digital twins are a game changer. You heard some of the statistics in the video about what they're doing for operating costs, boosting productivity, but specifically cutting emissions is a big focus for us. We are one of the earliest players in this space. For those of you who don't know us, we were founded by the creators of Google Earth and the creators of a company called Revit, which was Autodesk's most famous acquisition. Revit became the largest building information modeling or 3D architecture standard in the world. The gentleman who created those two technologies helped to create Smart World and positioned us as an early leader in this space a long time ago. And we're very proud of some of the work we've been doing. The truth is that buildings are the biggest problem in cities. Up to 70% of emissions from in cities comes from buildings. And in places like New York or London, that can be as high as 80 or 85%. Somewhere between 30 and 40% of total emissions come from buildings globally, and 3/4 of all buildings existing need to be in the United States need to be retrofitted in order to achieve Paris goals. So while there's been a lot of focus on new construction, actually that's less than 10% of the problem. The main problem, ladies and gentlemen, is retrofitting what we have. And by 2030, 92% of the buildings that will be there already exist. So the problem is retrofitting. Look at the numbers. 6 million office buildings in America, only 100,000 are green. Less than 0.01% are actually truly net zero. And there are reasons for this. We believe that cities around the world can lead by example. As you've heard in this presentation, there are a multitude of steps that building owners must undertake in order to get to net zero, including the deployment of smart building technologies or energy management tech, renewable technologies that can assess, Should we use this with solar or geothermal or solar glass, or do we switch to electric heat pumps, etc.? And then the residual dependence on carbon offsets is then purchased either from solar farms or some other source to offset that dependency. And then it has to be continuously monitored. One of the biggest problems in net zero buildings, for those of you who know it, is that 50% don't live up to the original net zero expectation within 3 years. But there's a lot pushing this now. This new infrastructure bill has come out to about $1 trillion something. That's creating a $200 billion market for net zero buildings just in the United States. So why doesn't everybody do this? Well, the problem is cost. It's $2 to $7 per square foot, which would be $20 to $70 per square meter to implement a green building retrofit strategy, or roughly $600,000 per 100,000 feet. And the payback averages 4 to 7, sometimes 8 to 10 years, more like 10. And commercially, real estate owners really prefer a payback within 3 years, maximum 5. And as a result, the type of financial opportunity offered by these tools, simply they just get ignored. And less than 1% of all of annual operating profits from the commercial real estate sector actually get reinvested in building retrofits. That needs to triple to hit the Paris goals that we have coming up in just a few years. So why is that not happening? Well, green building retrofit consulting is expensive, labor intensive, and very risky. It's a cottage industry. Architects, engineers, consultants, practitioners working with different standards, different technologies all around the world to try to bundle a custom knit solution for each owner. Thousands of single-purpose energy management tools out there. The gentleman on the right side of the screen is most real estate owners when they're looking at all this prop tech out there and getting confused. And as a result, they just don't move. They don't put the money out there. So we saw that there was a need for a single platform to consolidate all of these disparate, disconnected tools that can allow us to do these different things in the same environment and allow collaboration among all the key stakeholders at the same time. So we think that urban digital twins really are the right answer to solving the climate change problem in cities, because they are uniquely good at aggregating, simulating, and managing complex data. They help us to predict energy consumption at scale, and they help us to study, looking at multiple strategies in parallel. As I described earlier, if I use this solar system and that BMS and that behavior change management strategy, what is my capital risk, what is my outcome, and what is my financial return? So we've been developing this platform for a series of years now, and we work with all kinds of folks: property managers, facility managers, infrastructure operators, energy firms, architects, governments, etc. And we work on all kinds of things: airports, seaports, infrastructure. We've done a number of smart cities, from brand new cities like the city of Amravati in South India with Sir Norman Foster, to the city of Orlando. We're doing a downtown project there with the city, all over the world. And we have partners to help us with. We believe our platform today, for what it does, is by far the most advanced, the most flexible, and the most scalable. We're beginning to build out a community of twin app users. Twin apps are basically like apps on your cell phone, except that they're apps in smart world that help you do all kinds of great things for your city. We just joined the World Economic Forum as a global innovator. We were only one of 140 companies in the world ever have been appointed to work with the World Economic Forum, and we're working in their Net Zero Carbon Cities group. We're also working with the Digital Twin Consortium on net zero cities and net zero buildings, and we're working with the 2030 Districts group and U.S. Green Building Council in America for the same purpose. So we launched this initiative, which I mentioned was called Clean Cities, Clean Future, and it's been rolling out for the past, I say, about 6 months. It got picked up all over the media. I mentioned, I think, 1,000 times over the last year, including in major coverage everywhere. We're super happy about that. And one of the things that we're discovering is that we're going to be able to unlock $3 to $5 per square foot in savings for commercial building owners for an investment of 10 cents per square foot. And there's 100 billion square feet of office space just in the United States, to give you an example. So some of the cities that have signed up for our program, and there are many, it's really catching fire. The first was, thankfully, New York City and the Brooklyn Navy Yard, followed by Phoenix, which we announced last. And then Las Vegas. There's a call coming up in a couple of days with the CIO of a webinar with the CIO of Las Vegas talking about their digital twin. Proud to announce that Los Angeles, Chicago, Pittsburgh, Boston all look like they're coming next, one after another, and it's really super exciting. So real quick on what these projects look like. what we do is digital twins are uniquely good at integrating all kinds of disparate tools. And if you saw earlier in my presentation that there are a few key steps that we need to follow to effectively make buildings net zero. We need an energy modeling or energy management modeling provider. We need a renewables assessment tool. And if we can get tenant or resident behavior change management tools, even better. So those tools will change in every territory, ladies and gentlemen. One more time. Those tools will change in every territory. Energy management tools, building management tools, there are thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of them. And that is the problem. So what is needed, what is missing, what the market has been crying out for is the glue that actually makes those tools more useful. So in this case, the company called Buildy is providing the energy management tool, and the City University of New York is doing the district solar analysis for the entire property. So we actually have 3 or 4 different integrations that will give a common picture to the owner to say you should use these building systems, these energy management systems, it will have this financial impact, and so on and so forth. As a result of this program, we were approached by one of the largest carbon offset companies in the world that is making a substantial investment in the city Zenith to provide pool of carbon offsets to supply the demand we are creating for carbon offsets all over the world. So we are going to be able to go into cities starting in 2022 and say, not only here's your digital twin, but here is the financing for the green building retrofits. Building owners won't have to pay a penny. We'll be able to decarbonize entire cities without building owners paying a single penny, leveraging carbon offset structured financial products. Everyone's super excited about this. We just launched in Las Vegas. We're going to be putting this on a big screen at the Computer Electronics Show in Las Vegas on the 5th of October. If you're going to be there, that's great. The best thing for me to do at this point is if you're interested in this type of program or being a part of it, we're happy to include cities from all over the world. And we're just in the process of talking with Singapore, folks in the Middle East, as well as several cities in Europe. And if you are interested, do happen to let us know. We've just received a significant commitment of financing that's allowed us to go from the 10 cities that we have to 100 cities over the next couple of years. And nobody pays anything. Everything is for free. The cities work for free. The universities work for free. The architects work for free. The monetization is through the carbon offset piece. It's a pleasure speaking with everybody. I'll close like saying like this: to work in this environment, you need to have a clever and innovative piece of technology. You need to have a clever business model, and you need to have a clever financing package. And we're fortunate that over time we've been able to develop all of those, and we've been grateful to be able to roll this out around the world now. It's a pleasure to speak to everybody, and Peter, thank you for inviting us.
My pleasure. Thank you very much for your the awesome presentations. Of course, digital twin is actually the new trend. It's not a new trend. Basically, it adopted from the past, and one of the single examples from Singapore or some of the small cities in Europe. But now it's actually on the stage of real implementations, embracing all different fields to creating the entire Earth much more cleaner and much more efficient in many ways. So thank you again, Michael. I think you have an interview with World Economic Forum right now. So you're just looking forward to just back to the panel discussion. So thank you very much again. Next up, Adi Ben-Adi. Adi is actually based in Level 39, where we actually are working together, the same platform in London. So he's talking about the blockchain. It's very hot topics and in the past few years. So it's all up to you.
Thank you very much, Peter. So my name is Adi Ben-Adi. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Applied Blockchain. We've been developing blockchain solutions for clients. And actually, I'm not sure if this slide is showing so clearly. So let me just make sure it is. Okay. Let me see if I can show it like this. I'll carry on this way so you can see all of the detail. But basically, we've been building solutions using blockchain technology since 2015. And we've worked with some of the largest organizations in the world. So you can see some major banks here. We work with Shell as an energy company, with Toyota, Lloyd's Register, with the UN, and so on. And telecoms companies like Vodafone. we've been building blockchain solutions for these companies. And at the same time, we also work with about half our clients are startups. And these are startups in enterprise, in cryptocurrency, in NFTs. We built some of the some major NFT marketplaces, which have been some of the most successful to date, working with traditional artists. I've mentioned Damien Hirst here and others, and some of the biggest artists and sales that have happened in the space. So we have a lot of experience. We're a team that's really implemented a lot of different technologies here for a lot of different companies. And so we're very well placed to advise on how to actually use the technology in smart cities and in specific use cases. And I think unlike many companies, we're not just enterprise focused, because in blockchain in particular, most of the innovation happens outside of the enterprise world, right? Most of the innovation actually happens in the cryptocurrency world. And if you operate only in the enterprise world, you miss a lot of that. So I think the key here is really how to leverage the efficiency and the benefits and the consumer engagement and yeah, really the efficiencies that happen in the evolving technically in the crypto world, and how to leverage them in a smart cities environment in a responsible way. And so this is what we're looking to do more of in the smart city space. We do have one of the most experienced teams in the space. We've been around since 2015. We've implemented over 100 projects, and as I said, worked with some of the largest and most exciting organizations and ventures in the space. We are based in London. We're headquartered in London in Canary Wharf alongside Peter. And we also have a development center in Portugal. So most of our team is now based in Porto, in Portugal. And we've been backed by Shell and by a Hong Kong fund called QBN Capital. For those of you who are familiar with the space, you may recognize some names on here. These are some of our strategic partners. And this is really based on 5 years' work that we've been doing in the space and some strong partnerships that we've developed over that time. On the left, we have Algorand, which is one of the next generation blockchains, which is fully decentralized, green, so isn't energy consuming like some of the original blockchains, but actually has green credentials, is super fast, super scalable, and is one of the blockchains that we use to develop many of our solutions on. So we have a very close partnership with Algorand. Intel, we work very closely with because we use secure enclave technology in order to protect data privacy of consumers in the solutions that we build. So the data, the personal and private data and financial data is never revealed, not even to us. We cannot access it. And we do that because we use this hardware enclave technology. Circle, we work closely with for stablecoin implementation. So we have solutions where actually we don't want to use a cryptocurrency. We want to use the fiat currency, the nation sovereign currency. But we want to be able to enable this on blockchain infrastructure. And so for that, we use a stablecoin. And Circle has a really advanced and fairly well-regulated and well-managed implementation of that. And so we've used it across many of our solutions. And finally, we work with Kaspersky Security, which is a very established and one of the largest security auditing firms. So most of our solutions are aligned with one or more of these partners. For smart cities in particular, we see a number of areas really of great and immediate potential. One is token issuance, which I think would have sounded a bit far-fetched a couple of years ago, but now that some cities have implemented this, and a great example is Miami, it's just being realized as a new method for bringing new money into the city. And it's been successfully implemented in Miami, and it's brought a few £1 million of additional funding into the city in a way that's very engaging for the citizens, and it's really a success story. So I think that token issuance is really a method that should be explored, because like many of these blockchain initiatives, it's just new money and new revenue, new revenue streams for the cities. The second area that we've done a lot of work with is identity and identity wallets. And this is something which I think can be very beneficial at the city level, also at the government level, and is being explored already by many authorities. And it's really about consolidating identity in a way that the citizen has control over their identity. And the technology and the way we use it and the way we implement it really enables that. And it also protects consumer data privacy in a really technically strong way, using some of the technology I described earlier. And the third item I've put on the list is access to services that incorporate tokenized payment. And so if you combine these different ideas, you can enable an identity wallet, use that identity wallet to enable efficient and secure access to services offered by the city, and process payment in a really low-cost way by using tokenized payment forms. So I mentioned a stable coin previously. It's really efficient to move money and to make payments in this way, and it can be these systems can be fully integrated using a blockchain. So we're already starting to see more and more of this type of activity. The fourth item that I've listed is City NFT Creatives Marketplace. And we've done a lot of work with NFTs, as I mentioned. And there's been a huge explosion, as I'm sure many of you have seen, in the idea of creatives creating these tokens which represent ownership of or access to ownership of art and of creative content. We're doing this in art, we're doing it in music, we're doing it in sports. And at the city level, this could be used as a way of encouraging an ecosystem of creativity by providing a marketplace where creatives could launch their ideas and their content, and providing a framework where these could be monetized through a platform that's provided by the city. And the citizens can engage with their local artists and their local creatives. So again, this is something which is, the reason why NFTs have been so successful to date is because they just produce new revenue. It's a new revenue stream, and it's a new revenue medium, and it's definitely worth exploring at the city level, just like many businesses and artists are already exploiting this. And the final point I had was city asset registries, because the blockchain is really a registry of assets and asset ownership. And this is what the digital currencies are. They are digital assets which are registered on the blockchain. And this is what NFTs are. These are creative assets which are, again, registered on the blockchain. And so any other assets which might be today mastered and registered within a city that could be traded through a blockchain, it may make sense to migrate those registries onto blockchain infrastructure if it would be seen as beneficial to make those transfer of those assets more liquid. So that's something that we can explore as well. We've been doing this with enterprises, looking at different types of commodities and so on. So those are just some ideas that I've thrown out there, and they're much more real and accessible now than they may have been 1 or 2 years ago. And there are many more examples of real benefits and real commercial benefits from almost all of these, whereas 1 or 2 years ago, talking about them might have been much more conceptual. And that was it, really.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Adi. I think that the blockchain is one of the key concerns that every master planners and small cities actually really thinking about. I think that you just mentioned about the NFT marketplace is actually something that we are actually hitting on right now. So because before pandemic and post-pandemic and during pandemic is something really big change. So even the previous session, there was the chairman of Hanoi city government, he was there. Mm-hmm. And he just left because of the outbreak of COVID-19 is really serious. So in Vietnam, and even a month ago, 7 months ago, the daily cases are only between 0 to 10. Right now, it's like hitting more than 10,000 in Vietnam. So it's something that they need to just do something, but the current capacity in healthcare systems is a big problem. So there's something that we need to just ensure the city is much more safer based on some of the functions. So we can actually bring on probably blockchain concepts and also NFT and concept. We just using the New York State wallet these days, but this is actually just the beginning stage of the wallet system. But eventually will be adopted in some of the the cities in Asia, and of course definitely European nations as well.
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen alongside the obviously negative and destructive effects of the virus is, we've seen a huge acceleration in citizen digital engagement, right? And blockchain technology has been a big part of that, right? And I think the emergence of NFTs and people becoming more comfortable and engaged in the technology has been massively accelerated by what's happened, and I think it's an opportunity for everyone. I mean, even I would say, she can probably hear this next door, but my wife now knows what I do, right? Because she's interested in the NFTs. So I think it's something that's really engaged a much broader audience, and it's brought it's kind of a bridge for people. For bringing people into an environment where we can transact more efficiently and cheaply, and it's more accessible to more people.
Super, very nice. Thank you very much again. And we just definitely talk about the after, the presentations and panel discussion. In the meanwhile, our co-moderator Richard is here. So can you just quickly introduce yourself, and then we just can move forward to the next presenter. John.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Peter, for inviting me. My name is Richard Streitz, and I'm the COO of Rue Global Impact and the Vice Chair of Billion Strong, a nonprofit. Rue Global Impact is an accessibility consultancy dealing with strategy and built environments. Happy to be here. I have a background in this topic. I was a former Disney Imagineer, so unlike prior to smart cities being a thing, I actually had the opportunity to design, engineer, and construct smart cities via the theme park resort environments, which are, of course, nothing but very large complex smart cities with hundreds of buildings and infrastructure and so forth, all having to do with multiple systems communicating with each other to create an efficient environment. So many of these topics are near and dear to my heart, and so I'm happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to the great discussions that we'll have afterward.
Thank you very much, Richard. It's been almost 25 years for me to visit Disney World in Florida, so we'll talk about that later. All right, so John, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right, good to go.
Okay, let's get the windows. Okay, are we projecting?
Yep, it's working now.
Okay, first of all, I have to echo thanks for all the intriguing thoughts from the prior presenters. It's amazing what's available today as far as what's going on in terms of the.
Can you enlarge your PowerPoints?
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see if we can make that happen with the. Is it enlarged now?
No, it's gone. Can you just retry it? Because your screen is small. You can actually everybody can see it easily.
Okay, let me try this one more time to see whether it will allow this. Let's try the entire screen here. Window. Is this?
Yep, it's working, I think. And then you just go to the bottom. There was a little icon next to the bar.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, sorry. It's unfortunately we have a little technical difficulty here because
Take your time.
not letting me do it. Okay, so here is the share, and here's the window. Here's the share. This is this?
Yeah, this is actually just general mode, but if you can just, yeah, but there is a, is it F5 kind of shortcut function? Is it F5, right?
It's which?
No, can you just put F5 if you're using the Windows? I mean, are you using MacBook?
And now this is regular Windows.
Yeah, there is a F5 buttons on the top of your keyboard.
Okay, let me.
Okay, it'll be working, but all right. So yeah, just stick with the your previous.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's a little technical difficulty with the projection here. But at any rate, the thought here of all this is that the theme of the climate change is pretty overwhelming in the world today, because the implementation has to take place at large scale, and that's really not been witnessed as far as what's going on. So we have, with the Agile Fractal Grid, we've been working with a lot of folks on this around the United States, North America primarily, but around the world and in more recently. And we refer back to a maxim by Albert Einstein on this whole matter, in that this is a really complex problem, and if you're having trouble figuring out how to deal with it, then you should probably pause for a moment and see how the analogous things that you're trying to do occur in nature, because his theory of biomimicry is that it will really tend to simplify things for you if you follow the patterns of nature in terms of what it is that you're trying to do. So we've been doing this. We use the analogy of the human body in terms of how it's constructed. It's evolved over millions of years to what the current Homo sapiens is all about, and the structure of how the body works relative to the circulatory system or the nervous system or other aspects is very analogous to what might be viewed for infrastructure for what we're putting together at scale. And we've reviewed these approaches with a number of folks. This is a very interesting group. It's a group made up of the CEOs of the 15 largest energy providers, grid operators in the world. These men and women provide the electric power distribution to over 70% of the face of the earth right now. They bill about 3.4 billion customers every month as far as electricity, and I'm pleased to say that pretty much it's in unanimous agreement that this fractalized approach that I'm going to show you is pretty much bought in by virtually everybody at the top of the arrangement. They all have different language and vocabulary that you use to describe it, but it's getting to be pretty universal these days as far as what the approach is.
Excuse me,
yes.
John. So I'm actually just sharing your file on behalf of you. So just let me know if you just want to go to the next slide.
Okay.
You see it, right?
Let me get out of this and come back.
Come back, this one?
Here, yes. There we go. Okay, let's go to the next slide. The next slide. And the next slide. There we go. Sorry for the technical difficulties there. So at any rate, the approach in mimicking nature here has resulted in work that we've done through Intel, primarily with the Department of Defense here in the United States, and about 100 other companies as far as putting this plan together. But the structure of this is that if you decentralize to the edge your controls as far as what's going on and use a shared consciousness from above, it really simplifies the size and scale of what's going on. And so our little microgrids and nanogrids and other things are really a composite infrastructure. They generate all of their own energy as far as what's going on. They have very high-speed communications that they enable and support. They have edge computing, cloud computing arrangements, and they provide cyber enclaves as far as every little M down here on the bottom. Now, they can be implemented anywhere you want, anytime. It doesn't make any difference, but if you implement several of them together, they can operate as a team because they discover each other. And this is very good for the likes of a city district or a military base, university campus, that sort of thing. What happens is if you're able to generate more power than you can actually use, you walk up to the third tier, and we're able to aggregate the amount of energy that's available and share it with others through the markets. It's very important because it allows you to earn money relative to what's going on for what's happening, and it pays off the debt. Typically, you're looking at 30-year debt approaches for these massive infrastructure projects. And what we found in some of the arrangements we're working with is you can actually pay off all the debt in about 12 years with this approach if you're just serious about the size and scale as far as what's going on. You do have the problem of what to do with the rest of the money that comes in, but that's all part of the sustainability program as far as what's happening. Now, we do have certain areas in which at a national level you want to be able to maintain understanding of what's going on as far as the balance of the power grid, the communications network for the entire country, and also the monitoring for the cyber activity so that you can take action as far as what's going on. It's all put together with a digital twin simulator as far as the front of this, which is the main part that I want to talk to you about. So anyhow, this is essentially the architecture as far as what we're doing, and it's as I say, a pattern of nature as far as how this would work as far as being able to implement rapidly over thousands of different locations. Let's go to the next slide. The concept of digital twin at the beginning of the pandemic was in use. Probably about 12% of the large real estate companies in the world were using it. Gartner's prediction is that by the end of this year, which is not that many weeks away, about 62% of the real estate interests in the world will be using digital twins to operate the life cycle as far as what's going on, and in particular the operation of what's going on. So anyway, it's a here and now type of arrangement, and so this is what we are doing. I'm actually the co-chair of the Digital Twin Consortium for all energy and telecommunications types of structures, and we're putting this together as kind of the technology showcase for the entire arrangement. There's about 300 companies that are a part of this arrangement. I'll tell you a little bit about that. Let's go to the next slide. We're working with the 2030 districts, which was mentioned before. This is a group of about 23 cities in North America that are working towards the sustainable energy arrangements, the control of water as far as what's going on, and also transportation issues. We're essentially creating a mass customization center with the composable digital twin that is coming together here, in which you not only can compose what it is you're doing as far as your designs in almost a video game style type of approach, but you also want to be able to test what it is that you're doing with real hardware in the loop to see whether it works before you actually commit money to the actual deployments of what's going on. So we have several of these locations are going to have mass customization centers. First one's going to be in New York. I'll talk to you about what's happening in Denver, and then we have other interests in Austin, Texas, Seattle, and in Toronto as far as what's going on with this particular approach with these cities. Can we go to the next slide? There we go. We're working with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in Colorado as far as this is concerned. They've been given instructions to pick up the speed as far as what the deployment of renewable energy is going to be throughout at least the United States. And so they have amazing facilities out there. They're working with us. They have about 100 different elements relative to this hardware in the loop arrangement that they can use. All of their various digital twin facilities and other mechanisms that they have are being made available to us for this. We'll probably open up another facility that's not on the federal facility here, but also down in the city of Denver, as far as the structure of things, because there are certain things that a public-private partnership can do faster as far as what's actually going on. So anyhow, we're very proud to have them part of our program, and they have very competent, very useful tools. Let's go next. On more of an international arrangement, the country of Canada is very much participating as far as what's going on. And we have a campus approach that's being examined up there very carefully. If you look at the military arrangements, there's about 10,000 buildings that occur in the Department of National Defense up there. They're looking at this particular approach of using the composable digital twin approach to be able to put together the arrangements for each and every base that they have. It's, as said before, no two locations are going to be the same, and what you need is a composite tool for actually putting together what is useful for your arrangements, and it needs to be easy enough that you can do it yourself, as opposed to something that you have to depend on outside people do. And you will probably enjoy it much better, because of the things that you will think of are much better than having somebody from 1,000 miles away trying to determine what's good for you. So anyway, this is going to be the Canadian plan. It's good for buildings. It's good for seaports. We have a number of different initiatives relative to large wind turbine farms in the ocean, and whole provincial plans that are coming together up there. So it's not just a local arrangement. This is going to be expanded to a number of different places. Let's go to the next slide. So we have several different initiatives that we have going on right now. The first is getting the mass customization centers operational. This is going on right now in the creation of the components for the composable digital twins. We have all kinds of companies providing different piece parts, but what you need is a mashup of several of these different tools to be able to handle both the design activities, the engineering activities, the construction activities they control, the commissioning, and the operation of what's actually going on. So it's the composable digital twin, which is so important to make this happen at scale, where you can do thousands at the same time, as opposed to do one or two types of things. We're also working out the interconnections to the markets for the sustainability portion, because this is where all the revenue comes from, as far as being able to pay off the debt, as far as what's going on with this, especially if this is a city-wide arrangement. We have different smart city services. There's about a dozen different digital services that we're making available through the digital business marketplace arrangement that these folks are doing. The 2030 district has about 1,200 different real estate groups that are members of what's going on. And so the portal, essentially, as far as selecting those tools that you want to use for yourself and dynamically composing your own mechanism, is all part of what that smart city approach is all about. We're going to be expanding the National Renewable Energy Laboratory as far as their acceleration program that they're under, with the various arrangements that we talked about. So that's an engagement all by itself. We're going to be making this available to the federal government here in the United States through the GSA program called their EIS portal, as far as making this available. It's a new expansion for digital services to make them available through all the different federal organizations, buildings, and other facilities. And then we're going to be going to other countries on this. We have about 9 different cities around the world that are going to be the hubs for the Digital Twin Consortium to be able to do this. And so we'll see this being available in other countries as far as what's going on. So anyhow, those are our initiatives. And so I think that's pretty much what I wanted to explain as far as introducing what we're doing. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. So it's really the fantastic presentations by John, and I just, as I said, the digital twins initiatives, they should be really just be, this bigger market in the future. So something that I'm just want to involve the digital twin initiatives into several cities in Ukraine and Vietnam, and probably maybe South Korea. So because the conventional way of the building the smart cities as a construction perspective is just end. So there's something that we need to build into just to cope with the agenda of the COP26 and recently, and also trying to hit the mark of UN SDGs and everything. So we definitely talk about that, and we can actually move to the next session. Panel discussions led by Richard. So it's all to you. I can actually help you you just do moderating
Okay,
the session
sure.
with people. In the meantime, I think that Ari Ben-Ari is actually in kind of an emergency situation now, so he just excused, and he can actually share something or your questions, something that you can share with us. And in the meantime, we are going to discuss together with the other people. So as I said, the Paul is here. Osman, are you still here, right?
Yes.
So, yeah. All right. So can you turn on the video, please? And Michael is going to be back to the panel discussion after the interview with the World Economic Forum. And John is here, and I'll be backup moderator, and Selena, and Elliot, and Fee. So they didn't have time to introduce themselves. So Richard, why don't you just maybe having time to giving the opportunity to introduce themselves first.
Sure, absolutely. And I would ask, and again, since I'm kind of jumping in the middle of this, I'm not sure who is who, so I will just start with naming names. Fee, if you could go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi guys, my name is Fee. So currently I'm leading on technology for the UK Department for International Trade in Vietnam. So part of the work we do is to foster projects, smart cities acceleration projects like Peter is doing. And that is to really try to foster the next wave of clean technology in Vietnam. We also try to partner international companies with Vietnam, but the priorities, of course, for British companies. So my priorities here is Paul and Adi, I'm afraid, but I'm happy to be connected with you guys, and I see no harms in being connected. Actually, we at the UK Department for International Trade has commissioned a smart city report on Vietnam. So if you want a copy of that report, I'm happy to share.
Fantastic. Thank you, Fee. Great to meet you. Jamie, if you could introduce yourself.
No, Jamie is not here. So Jamie,
I'm sorry.
yeah. So you can go with Selena and
Selena.
Elliot. Yeah.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Selena. So I'm a founder and CEO of WSCF. We are startup venture builder. We focus on helping innovation ecosystem in Vietnam and early stage tech startup focus on sustainability and environment. I'm so happy to be here with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena. Thank you. And Elliot.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Peter, for setting up a great panel and event as always. Elliot Chun here. I lead Emergence. We are a climate tech and crypto focused investment banking team. We deliver capital raising, M&A advisory, and business development to seed to Series C companies, to companies that are engaging in the digital asset ecosystem, and to funds, both venture and crypto native, that are investing in climate tech and crypto. Thanks for having us.
Great, thank you, Elliot. Fantastic. Is there anyone else who has not had a chance to introduce themselves?
Everyone did.
Okay, great. We will go ahead and move to the first discussion topic or question. And this is really following John's presentation. Given the factors what factors do we need to consider when creating digital twins? What are the pros and cons? And we can cover topics such as financing of that, and deployment, and strategy of setting up, and multinational cooperation. So to start that off, anyone want to jump in and address that?
Well, I think this is John Reynolds. I think that there's about 3 stages that you go through. You need to be able to get your idea formulated. You need to go through a visioning process, and that leads to a couple different levels of detail as far as what you have to do. But you have to have a vision that is so simple and straightforward that other people can articulate it without you having to be there. But you need to be able to do this, and you need to be able to raise at least enough money to be able to do a complete job as far as what's going on, including not only the concepts, but also the programmatic aspects of what you'll probably need to do, the financial aspects, and go through initial risk assessment. So if you're able to do that, then you're able to gather the initial funds relative to what to be done, and this needs to be done a little more sophisticated. There are about just in the private sector, there's about $1.6 trillion in cash and liquidity if you look at the insurance and the pension fund arrangements available. But you have to have an ironclad business case as far as not only how you're going to do this and make it work, but how you're going to repay the debt. And so that's the sustainability aspect is very important. And this is where the energy pieces come into play, because if you do create new clean energy, you want to do more than you actually need, and you want to have one of these arrangements for being able to monetize what's going on. So between the carbon credits that we talked about before and this just outright cash, as far as what's happening here, that's what you want. But there's plenty of money, but you have to do this in a careful and structured way.
Yeah, certainly agreed with that. And dealing with, as we move to like PPP type participation in these, the ROI suddenly becomes hypercritical from those models. Elliot, do you have something to add to that?
Well, I guess it's more of a broader question, and in hearing everyone's story here, I get inspired listening. And the passion gets going when we listen to each of these innovators and entrepreneurs that are really implementing these important solutions. Not just important, they're critical. We need them. It's an absolute need. The thing that I try to understand is, what is the biggest hurdles in achieving that? And I think John had mentioned financing. There's obviously challenges on I'll call it the political side if you're dealing with cities, but how do we remove friction points to allow your innovations and solutions to kind of get in the market and start delivering on what their promise is?
Right. Very, very key points. It's important to keep things in focus and in proper perspective. Selena, do you have any thoughts to add to this? Oh, you're on mute. I'm sorry.
So sorry. So from my perspective, we working from early stage to cooperate to interact in Vietnam and special government and the innovation ecosystem. In terms of this, we start from very young entrepreneur for the mindset of people, like how to change it. And urbanization in Vietnam is growing very quick. As for Peter building the smart city in Hanoi, a lot of building growing up. It's not like Shanghai or New York or something, right? But we are going fast next 5 and 10 years. And how to not only for citizens but the people who manage for government to interact, for even the school, like changing, they need to changing to adapt this development to connect with the world, how it's make faster. And because Vietnam is one of the 6 we get damaged from climate crisis. And when we talk about this, how people can adapt the mindset and how people can quickly learning and changing the way they are doing right now. That is my, yeah.
Well, thank you, Selena. Again, very important points. And you know, as you said, the rapid growth that you're experiencing certainly is different than many other more mature cities that have a lot of those systems already in place. So it's certainly interesting, and the funding of that can be certainly a very, very different and more complicated scenario given those circumstances. So so thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, what I'd say, Richard, from our point of view, we're obviously not looking at big city-wide solutions. So in the case of, let's say, Vietnam or South Korea or China or Hangzhou, we're looking at a building in that city, and then we're working out the ROI modeling much more on a micro level, so much more on a, right, do we actually need to have 20 security guards? Do we actually need to have the FM staff? You know, how are you running? I mean, for example, I'm in here most Saturdays, and I may be only one or two of three people in here on a Saturday. Yet the whole floor plate for 400 people is pounding HVAC on. So we can very easily, you know, help a building based on its variables look at what its real return on investment is really quite rapidly. So we got an advantage on that. And then it's a case of just like working with people like Selena, for example, in the future, and taking a couple of buildings in Vietnam and going, right, based on what we see on these variables, what's going to mean for all the other buildings in Vietnam and Hanoi, wherever it might be, and looking at, right, let's scale this across. Doesn't mean you don't have to have 4 more coal-powered power stations, because actually we're cutting the amount of power used by 20 or 30% per building, and therefore that's where we're trying to have our impact. And I think like a lot of other sort of startups in the prop tech sector, we have the advantage of being able to go in there at a smaller level, not a citywide solution, a building, and then build out those ROI models. In each country, it's different variables, of course, the salary rates, renting, and power costs, etc.
Well, yeah, exactly. And again, the scalability of that is what is the key takeaways from those lessons learned, starting out at that sort of micro level and then expanding out. You know, with that.
So Paul, what is the biggest challenge that you have? And it's great to have. It's innovators should always start from a micro perspective and allow people like Peter to battle from the top end, government side and the city side, and really affect change going down, where the innovator affects change from the bottom up and from a micro side. But as you think about why buildings aren't using Unify ID and the solutions and products that you're presenting, is it a education thing? Is it a money thing? Why are they saying no? And just as importantly, why are they saying yes?
So I mean, I'll sort of clarify that a bit more. In the last 2 years, there's been a lot of change. 2 years ago, you know what? It was a great sector to be in high-rise buildings. They were all creamy. So it was trying to prove and trying to get people to actually motivate them to make decisions. That wasn't very easy. Now in co-working, it was fairly easy because we knew what was going on in co-working. They could see the abuse going on. They could see really what was happening. You needed to know more. Now, as COVID hit, then everything has changed, right? Now it's gone from a nice to have to, damn, I have got 10, 20 or 30% occupancy. I've got my costs increasing. We've seen what happened with gas prices in the West. It's 1,000% increase in a year. Suddenly they're going, oh my God, I don't know, have a clue what I'm doing. They're turning on HVAC 24 hours a day, as in my building here. No reason at all, other than they have no data to know what's actually happening. So therefore, my selling and the whole sector has completely moved for me in 2 years, from difficult to try and get people across the line in a timely fashion to suddenly nobody in any buildings anyway. So I wasn't selling anything, but now I was going back and needing to make change fast. So the speed of decision making has changed for us dramatically over the last few months. because suddenly nobody really knows in the West. You know, we're talking about London, New York, etc. Nobody knows what the hell is happening next month, next year, the year after, and the talk about, you know, hybrid working, not going through it. It's the building sector's got no idea what's going to happen, and they're sitting there, scratching their heads, going, "We're second guessing everything." We stopped second guessing and at least help along.
Well, you know what's fascinating about this is that this goes to something that I often talk about, is that, you know, we're emerging into humanity 2.0, right? There's pre-COVID and then there's post-COVID, and we're in sort of this transition period right now as we're going between the two. There's no going back to the way it was, and all of, you know, exactly as you said, well, there's no really going back to the way things were. And that security that across all business sectors, whether they're finance, medical, you know, healthcare, manufacturing, construction, there's no metrics that anyone can go to historically to see what's going to happen next, because we're all moved to something else. And so as a result, all of these business sectors are sort of plowing ahead forward into this great unknown, trying to figure out. And of course, big building vacancies is a huge issue, because many companies are realizing that, well, I don't need to keep people in an office. I don't need to bring, you know, 1,000 people into a single space anymore and pay for air conditioning and pay for coffee and all of this, when everyone is working fine at home. And in fact, I've seen production increase from people working at home. It's a fascinating dilemma that everyone finds ourselves in. And again, this transcends national boundaries. Every country is facing the same sort of issue. So it is certainly a very, very interesting complex problem. And one of the benefits of that, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I wouldn't completely agree with you on that, sorry, Richard. For example, we're in China and we see completely back to normal in China. And look, I know this is not, I know I'm a bit of the odd one out here, but I don't actually agree with this it's great to all be working from home. I'm finding it very, very difficult to recruit new people and keep them in and build a culture. Now, I've had a business which, my last business and this business together have been in 18 countries. And the one thing I've learned over 20 years of running international businesses, culture. And I'm sorry, but I don't actually buy this at all, really. I think it's like anything, you know, new and shiny. That's all we all think is great. I really don't think it's great for building culture. I don't think it's great for creativity. I think it's putting a lot of bosses like me under huge amounts of pressure, way more pressure than we were before, because we're finding it much more difficult to just be able to share work and get people to do new things. And so I take it with a pinch of salt. I think the Far East has done a fantastic job on COVID. I think the West should be, our leaders should be, let me not say it, but it's disgraceful what's actually happened. Certainly in the UK, I think it's been absolutely appalling how they've handled COVID. The fact that it seems to be fine for 200-300 people a day to die in the UK and not even basically make the news. And I guess because I'm very involved in the medical sector as well with friends, I actually think it's quite disgusting what's going on. There's a lot of people dying, not of COVID, but because of COVID. And I think what we're seeing the next year or two, actually, this whole great news society we have isn't all that great. We're going to see women, I was reported this morning that women are falling way behind and getting promoted because of work from home. So look, I wouldn't take it as it's all good and it's been brilliant work from home. A lot of young people live, you know, a lot of us have got grey hairs, been around a long time. A lot of young people are living in small bed sits. It is not nice for working in a bed sit 24 hours a day. I'm sorry. So social interaction, I don't know. I think we need to get back to a bit more of what normal used to be, is my view.
Well, you know, I certainly don't disagree that it's better or worse. It's just different, and I certainly agree that as we transition from a pre-COVID to post-COVID, there's going to be some adjustments, and you know, water finds its level, right? And so we'll get back to whatever that is. I'm just saying that it's messy going from the process between the two, you know, and certainly the items that you alluded to stand very true. I mean, all you have to do is just see any news from anywhere in the world to see that that's the case. And so
messy provides the opportunity, right? And that's what we're
chaos
talking
theory,
about
right?
here.
Chaos theory.
And there is that there is a. Look, we can look at however happened these last 2 years as whatever it is, but I think it specifically for smart cities, specifically for new products and services that we're all talking about today, as it relates to the building frameworks, as it relates to investing in anything around prop tech and real estate tech, there is a unique generational opportunity to take advantage of the things that we're seeing and get them implemented. But I think the question that we're all asking is, how do we do that? You know, how do we get in there? How do we get into the decision makers, and how do we get the products in people's hands? And I do appreciate a comment that Adi had made around there, that from a blockchain perspective, what are NFTs? And now all of a sudden NFTs are getting adoption into people's hands that normally wouldn't have it. And now that is kind of a turning point in what we're seeing. And we're fortunate to have that background. So, you know, what is that opportunity to get more adoption? Or how do we get more adoption today?
Well, you know, I think that's a very important point, and some of that adoption comes with mainstreaming of many of these items and familiarity with the mainstream general public into understanding many of these. With the emerging adoption of many of these, like NFTs and city coins and bitcoins and so forth. One of the challenges that happens, I think, if it gets adopted too fast, is that policies and procedures and governance doesn't quite catch up because of the lag time it takes for all of those mechanisms to be put into place that puts some level of control over that. So I throw out to the panel about your thoughts about that. You know, going too fast, going too slow, and the governance model, and how that plays an important role in helping citizenry feel comfortable with everything. Anyone?
Well, I'll give you a few like crazy examples. Like, it's the same way that wouldn't it have been great if everybody drove on the left-hand side? Wouldn't it be great if plugs were exactly the same around the world, instead of me going, oh damn, I'm going to Vietnam next week, which plug is that? But now that I'm in China a lot, I've been going to China for 21 years. I think China is great because I do look at China, look at India, and look at the entire continent of Africa. And the population of China is larger than the whole of Africa, and of course larger than India. And you look at those three countries, let's call them countries, over 20 years, 10 years. I mean, China has just taken leaps and bounds. You know, it's taken a lot of flack. One-child policy was just, you know, it seems the biggest human rights issue ever, and yet it had the wisdom to know that if it didn't do that, there'd be 3 billion people in China now, probably 1 billion starving. And the big elephant, as I mentioned as well yesterday, was COP26. That's great. The only thing that's screwing the world up right now is too many human beings, and we've gone from 1.6 to 8. So where are we going to be in 100 years? 30 billion. You know, we don't talk about the one thing we should be talking about, which is population, contraction. Let's move that on. But in China, what I see where they've gone too far, too fast, is on payments, where you have to pay by everybody who pays for everything on a QR code. Now, the issue is when you leave China, you try and get outside China, you haven't got cards that work anywhere. MasterCard and Visa are not really used there. It's UnionPay. You go outside that ecosystem, you really have problems in how you pay for stuff. And it's a little bit like thinking more globally now. You know, blockchain and cryptocurrencies are great, but which one is it going to be? I mean, when I deploy technology in building, I'm buying from 4 or 5 different countries, different parts of technology, Malaysia, China, USA, in different currencies. You know, what am I going to do? How is cryptocurrency going to be that one unifying payment system? And I think there's a lot of people jumping on bandwagons and not thinking about the deeper, wider level of what actually happens in the city. I'm just throwing some controversial little remarks there just to shake it up a bit.
Well, certainly appreciate it. Well, you know, I certainly agree that, you know, it's the beta tapes versus VHS tapes, right? And who's going to be the standard that which everyone is going to fall into. And of course, you know, all of these groups, they try to get their Bitcoin, right, to be the standard. And that ultimately is just never going to happen that way, right? there's too many of them, and there's going to be more that are going to be flooding the markets on top of it. So how is that really improving anything at the end of the day from just standard currency? So I certainly agree that there's challenges and complications with that. But anyone else?
And too much fluctuation in value as well. I mean, let's just face facts. If I'm going to start, trading in the Congo or something like that, where the currency might be all over the place, I'm going to be really, really bricking it. I'm going to be making sure I'm hedging that. This is the issue with crypto, where it's just too much fluctuation for no reason whatsoever. I think that's something that scares me.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, there's the technology, and then there's the use of the technology. So crypto, there's two use cases, right? There's a medium of exchange, and then there's a store of value. So it's important to when you're talking adoption, to bifurcate the two, particularly with cities, right? So from a city perspective, you're not talking about it from a store of value, talking about it from a medium of exchange. So if you think about crypto and you think about a city, it needs to be approached from the medium of exchange concept. Now, the biggest challenge is alignment of interest. Alignment of interest to who? Alignment of interest to the citizen, to the people, not to anybody else. And that is one of the biggest challenges.
I agree with you, but I will add something that is quite important in the case of crypto. The proper use case is to have decentralization. There are a lot of things that are underlying when it comes to the change of value and stuff like that you can do with other technologies. But if you have no usage of having something that is distributed and decentralized, then crypto is not the best technology. You just have other ways of doing it that are as secure as Bezos if it's something that is centralized. So I think where we have a lot of issues grasping the value is where it comes to a proper usage of something that is decentralized that can be linked to real assets, where as of now, it's actually managed by obviously cities and states, and I don't see them anytime soon just, transitioning from something that they have actual value on and they collect tax from to something that could be decentralized and therefore managed through a technology such as crypto.
Hey, Richard, this is John. I'd feel kind of compelled to join the conversation.
Sure, we'll jump on in.
What is central? We've been studying this for quite some time in the telemanagement forum relative to the telecommunications industry worldwide and the like. And what we've found is that this is an ecosystem question. And if you actually study what's going on, the primary thing that makes ecosystems fail is the lack of attention to the governance and trust area. So there's a lot of good thinking that's gone into this. I'd be glad to share this with everybody who wants to see what's going on with this. But if you go back about maybe 50 years ago, same sort of thing happened in banks relative to this whole credit card industry. And what happened then was is very a classic story. The beginning of Visa started with about 4 people. I joined up and there was about 12 as far as what was going on. But the problem was, how do you establish governance and trust on a global basis? And essentially what they did was they had an organization that was a cooperative as far as what was happening, but they have different levels of boards. They had one level which was global in nature, because there's certain technical things that really have to work if the authorizations, payment settlements and things like that are going to work overnight throughout the world. They had another set of boards for each continental area because of the cultural differences as far as what's going on. And then they had a board for each country because you have legal arrangements and you have sovereignty kinds of things. And so as it all came together, it worked marvelously because Visa went from being almost nothing as far as what's going on. I guess they did about $16 trillion turnover last year if you look collectively at how it all worked. So anyhow, I would just encourage everybody to go back and take a look at what's worked before, because I think we're going to see another round of this coming up as far as what's going to happen. And it solves the Betamax versus VHS type arrangement when you come to this kind of arrangement. So study the process before, because I think it's going to be very helpful as we start and go through this again.
Well, thanks, John, for putting a perspective on it, because, so right. Oftentimes referring back to the historicals is key in learning and advancing into the future. Point taken. And again, going back to sort of the original question in how the importance of governance and speed speed prior to proper governance and being put in place is, can create chaos, and again sort of creates that messy period of time until proper governance can be taken and established. That creates a fair playing field for everyone. So very good. Any other thoughts or comments on that? All right.
My final comment on that is as you mentioned, Richard, governance is going to be key. And so if I think about friction in terms of velocity of innovation and adoption, there certainly needs to be some level of governance. Data is going to be key around that engagement. Who is engaged and how they can get engaged as it relates to governance of new things is going to be very important. So I don't think anyone's figured it out. I think people care about it, but it is going to be a point of friction and is going to and should stall some of the innovation that is being implemented. Not some of the innovation that people are thinking about, but when it comes to what's actually being implemented, we do need to make sure there are strong governance framework around it.
Well, certainly one of the key important things with smart city and development smart cities is data. Data is going to be the absolute, the gold, the absolute thing that everyone is going to look to try to control, and the governance of who's controlling what data is fundamental to like you said, to the advancement and development phases. So yeah, data is key to make all of this work, and the rules established for it is essential. Selena, you were going to make a comment?
Yes. So for Vietnam, right now, government, they are watching the other country, how they adapt, digital currency, right? And then we have so many startups, they have the idea and they start doing, but it's not, like public on media or something like that. But we have two very different. The banking system in Vietnam very strong, controlled by government, and then a half of population need dynamic people, and they are very strong at technology and science. So that is two opposite, but they're gonna roll together at the same time. When you guys implement smart cities master plan or any activity in terms of innovation, and then that could happen at the same time. When they know they can manage well, they can control well the system, and then digital currency can come to the country easily. And in terms of like city coin, city coin is different. City coin or national coins, they're gonna divide. Like we have almost 100 million of people, and then government, they want to see what is benefit to bank, to corporate, and to people, and and how they can manage this. That's the Vietnam government they're doing now.
Huh, very interesting. That makes me think of the importance of cooperation between countries. And Paul, you brought up a point about a siloed ecosystem, in regard to currency exchange and transactional in China, and what happens when leaving that, and sort of the challenges associated with that. How important is it to have really open dialogue and true cooperation and collaboration between countries in establishing major infrastructural things like currency or power and so forth? John, I know that's something that you talked about in your presentation, if you want to head that off.
You are not. But if you could simplify the question.
Well, the importance of cooperation in establishing larger infrastructural components, like finance and power grids and so forth, between different countries and working toward smart cities.
I think it's absolutely essential. I think what we'll find is that the concept of a community of practice is very important, because it allows you to instantly put together friendly arrangements to talk and collaborate at all levels as far as what's actually going on. With a community of practice, I mean, people come, people go, people take action. You get tired, you have to leave, and and that's okay, but you manage them in a very specific way. So I would encourage everybody to take a look at all that's been written about the communities of practice, because right now, as far as the various things that we're involved with, we operate all over the world. It's kind of tough to get the time zones all synchronized as far as what's going on, but it's a very friendly place as long as you build it up at this community, and you build it up from that, and you get all the ideas straight. When it's just a handful of people, a few hundred companies that are actually working on this sort of thing, but you have some of the smartest people in the world that actually join in this, so it gets things going, and then you can get into institutionalizing what's actually going on. But it's very important to do the visualization in a very free and open, in the democratic type of arrangement in which everybody can speak. And it's I think community of practice is really the answer for what has to happen here.
I mean, look, we have the biggest crisis the world's ever faced right now with needing to hit against these UN sustainability goals and COP26 right now. And yet we have, as you just said, the most intelligent people, the most educated people in knowing that this world is on a massive downward trajectory, and they can't agree. They can't agree to stop using coal. And, let's just face the blame game has just been an embarrassment, quite frankly. And yeah, I get that America has got, it consumes more electricity than any other country in the world by a long, long, long way. By a long way, per head. Okay, but we're not going to talk about, San Marino is, it's not about how small your country is, how much you're producing per head of population. Okay, and America is doing a damn bad job. China is the workhouse of the world, so therefore, of course, it's producing more, and it's got too many people. It's got 1.4 billion people. But then we look at what India did, and I don't know why India wasn't riled over this. I mean, it's basically the only country. It will be the biggest country in the world in terms of population very, very shortly, in years. And yet, it's not even going to commit to 2050. It's committing to 2070. That means nothing. That is the biggest cop-out. I mean, COP26, cop-out India is what I'm calling it. And it is not going to do what it needs to do on population growth. It will be bigger population than China very shortly. It's not going to, I know my ex-wife is, from there, it is big families. I mean, why are we not talking about this as the issue? I don't think you're going to get, if you can't get the world to agree right now today on imminent disaster, you tell me how we're going to get them to agree on currency exchange between Congo and Cambodia and Canada and wherever else. It's not going to happen. I just don't know where we're going. I mean, what Visa, MasterCard did, I agree with you, John, was fantastic. How long have we got to go on this? And I think, my whole view is, again, if we look at smart cities, every city is very different. Amsterdam's got a different issue to New York. New York's got a different issue to Ho Chi Minh City. They're all issues. I think what we got to focus on is how do we just give the citizen the best experience possible, but also absolutely focus on net zero. Let's just do that one thing. If we can get the cities to wake up and realize they're one of the biggest polluters that we have, let's focus on that, and then let's each city work its problems out for its citizens. It's all taking the majority of people most of the time with you. And I think the more and more cities look at their individual positions, as Amsterdam, very heavily cycle-oriented type company. New York's got massive issues right now that it's going to have to face up to. And I think it's going to be more city by city than a global solution for anything.
Yeah, certainly agreed. Regionally, there's the individual challenges that the cultural sensibilities that separate us in regard to these solutions. So it's hard to say that there's one fix-all for everything, right? Geography and culture is going to create multiple different solutions that are appropriate. It's certainly a very, very difficult challenge. In regard to your comments on resources, and what I find, I deal with companies and government agencies all over the world on a daily basis, and one of the things that I find oftentimes very interesting is the private companies, large private multinational companies. When you're dealing with them, especially as it relates to economy and ecology and the global crisis in regard to the environment and so forth, they're oftentimes very willing and happy to share and do what's right. When you talk with agencies, it's a very different, oftentimes, situation. And what I really see is that, if you talk to any individual in any of these countries, everyone is really kind of thinking in the same way. When you talk to the governments of these countries, that's where it all goes south, and the big disagreements come into play. And that's just because of who's getting affected by what, and who's holding the purse strings in each individual country, and what have you, and it just overly complicates it. And that's one of the things I think is just very unfortunate about being just a large challenge moving forward collectively as a global citizenship to achieve some of these goals.
But I feel like Greta Thunberg are the ones who are going to basically get the next generation to not allow us to carry on the way we've been. Okay, they're just incredibly angry. I mean, it's a little like when we were kids, we were probably worried about nuclear war happening. Now that's where they are, and quite frankly, great. Let the girl carry on with her blah 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 speeches. You know what? We wake up, we have to listen to her, and she has got a great gravity. And her, along with then her, people like David Attenborough, who are together. David Attenborough's been around. He's probably had the most amazing life of any man in this world. And he's with Greta going, yes, this is a joke. Look at where I was the last 95 years of my life. Look where you're going. You are right to scream. And it was right what Obama said. We have to carry on letting the youth scream. And they may change. They also got to look at themselves fairly hard as well, because they're a very throwaway generation. But I think they're going to shout, and they're not going to allow politicians, they're not allow countries to carry on with their carbon emissions going through the roof. And if we can be transparent on where we're going on that roadmap, great. And I think I don't sound pessimistic. I'm actually very, very, very hopeful, because I'm not going to buy up to, we're all happy together and it's all going to happen. Because when you get down to it, there's layers of government and layers of people who just don't want things to change. And the coal industry is not the one thing. And the other industry, we all know now how complicated the world is. It isn't black and white. But I think we're going in the right direction. And I think good on Greta Thunberg and the rest for giving us a slap across the we deserve.
Yeah, I think the future is in our youth. There's no question. We're not handing them the best, the best of what we've done, and it's really up to the youth and to take what we've handed them, and for them to do something far better, because I think we've let a lot of our youth down. Now, again, I agree. That sounds very pessimistic, but it's really not. It's actually very, very hopeful that a lot of the great innovations that have happened and that are being developed are in essence creating the pieces and the foundational components that will allow for the youth and the younger, fresher minds to come in and really move forward in a way that will be much better for us as a global society. Anyway, that conversation went south. What?
That's it. I'm off the invite list for the next session from Peter.
Well, actually, I really enjoy listening to you guys, and this is something that I really didn't expect, but it's kind of quite interesting, sharing. And of course, you're just talking about the governance. I actually was in the middle of this kind of change in the governance systems and everything, because to tell you my experience before with many different governments in Asia and also in Europe. So the taking a role as the master planner is big pain in the neck, right? So it's kind of in the middle of it, and it's surrounded by the government and the private sector startups, and even the greedy industries. And so it's not really easy. But the thing is, I think that there are like kind of 3, 4, 5 major obstacles to implement, all of these initiatives of smart cities, or, trying to support the very transparent innovation systems. The first thing is the governance system, of course, that guarantees the legal status. Now, the thing is, I spent almost 3-4 months to establish the new law. I'm not the lawmakers, but I used to work together with the lawmakers in South Korea. And now I'm actually doing it in Vietnam and also in Ukraine. because without the kind of legal guarantees, there's nothing we can just step forward. One step forward, we cannot do that. So based on the kind of umbrella of legal status, we can actually find out the kind of solutions, how can, find the financial resources. So the PPP is kind of another level. We're just talking about, finding out the kind of solutions and how to just secure the money from the government, right? So that's the kind of the biggest willingness from the government. I think probably maybe Fee might be, probably feeling the same way, but he's actually, representative of the DIT in the UK, but he's actually working in Vietnam. He's actually struggling a lot of issues with the people. Of course, the Selena, you can maybe feel the same way. But I already felt, in Ukraine, the same thing, because the reason why I'm actually focusing on developing countries, not developed countries yet, because that's much easier still, because think about the United States and Obama, not Obama, like Biden administrations, they actually, just trying to take something like kind of infrastructure bills and funds. And so still there are a lot of issues there. I was actually getting contact with some of the government levels in New York State. Now, actually, the governance changed. And also the new elections here in New York City. I'm not quite sure about, maybe Elliot might, be aware of the situations better than I do. But the thing is, the governance scheme is the most important. That it can actually surpass anything else. That's the first thing. So the World Smart Cities Forum, as a kind of head of here, I'm trying to just, trying to negotiate with the public sectors. Can we just go ahead with the kind of initiatives by the decision maker, right? So if you're actually working with some other organizations without any kind of process of decision-making process, that will be really difficult. So that's something that I need to maybe discuss with John later on. So you just have the initiatives like 2030 district initiatives, and also the digital twins associations. So I know it's probably maybe a private-driven initiatives in many different cities and towns in the United States. But in the end, who's gonna own the data or maybe control these things? Basically, I don't think the government, municipalities, and city mayor's office, is nothing to just negotiate with the private sectors, right? There's something really happened in Toronto, Sidewalk Labs and Google trying to do something, but it didn't happen, right? So, and my initiatives in Vietnam, I'm trying to convince the local governments. Yes, previous sessions, there was the chairman of Hanoi city government. And so he needs to just get approval by the prime minister anyway, in the end. The thing is, we try to just attract them, not to benchmark some countries. It doesn't really matter if the developed countries or developing countries. They have to, avoid from the failure examples. I believe that lots of smart city initiatives around the world, probably I say 90%, at least 90% of the smart city initiatives around the world is a failure, or is going to fail. And something that doesn't have to be big enough, right? And government in South Korea, when I was a master planner, it's a $6 billion project. Initially, it was 1.5 billion. Now it's 6 billion. It could be maybe 10 billion, because year by year, is actually the cost is actually larger and increasing sharply, right? The second is a lack of the awareness government decision makers, of course. They're not studying. The only thing is they are only looking for the votes. They're not really just, maybe you might actually just experience this kind of situation. You're trying to convince the local government officers, or maybe the top, the officers from the government. You feel something kind of world in there, right? So they're not studying. So this is kind of responsibility from the private sector to trying to keep educating them. They don't want to hear about the education, but it's education. You're trying to show something more, but this is actually really the biggest thing. And we're just talking QR code, or even the crypto, the city tokens and everything. So the first reactions about when they actually hear about cryptos or city tokens, they say no because they want to make any kind of trouble. But the thing is, they don't know about the real backgrounds of this kind of things. And third is transparent and necessary financial method, right? So what I trying to design in Vietnam, for example, in Ukraine, of course, and for example, in Vietnam, we're trying to engage maybe ADB, the Asia Development Bank, or World Bank Group, or OECD fund, generally like a resource, those resources coming from other ASEAN countries, or the South Korea or Japan and China. So these kind of ADB fund or something, they actually, it's a long-term loans. It's not about investment. So the officials in Vietnam, they are actually really reluctant to getting it because eventually they have to pay it, right? Nobody wants to actually take that responsibility, even though the interest rate, annual interest rate is only 1% or maybe less than 1%. They still have fear because they have to, pay it back. And the thing is, you gotta like mix together, like from those kind of fund, infrastructure fund or impact fund, or probably maybe grants or long-term, the loans into the city government. Then they have to convince to the private sector's investment arms or the institutions from outside of the Vietnam. But the thing is, I just talked about this kind of issues with my partners in the UK. They are not quite sure about the safety in Vietnam. If their money is in Vietnam, they're just worried, right? So they're trying to open their bank accounts in Singapore instead. So there's something kind of missing point. And then, so this is something that legally protect those kind of investment from outside of Vietnam. That's what I mentioned in the first one. And other thing is the local companies, whether there are a lot of local companies who can really capable to deliver their solutions. I know the Apollo is actually really just expert in this area. And John is also the same thing, like in Michael and also Osman. So everybody, they know exactly what to do. They have enough proven technology and solutions. And the thing is, if you just like extend your eyes in Ukraine or Vietnam or ASEAN nations, and still it's a really hard topic to find high potential companies. The thing is, you have to gather a lot of high potential companies to be implementing their solutions into the city. The thing is, technically, the foreign companies is not really, they're afraid of going to Vietnam or going to Ukraine, right? So that is really the obstacle points that I'm trying to mention. So when there is a change in government, of course, that's the most important thing. I experienced in South Korea right now is actually another presidential election is coming up. The government is changed. Everything has to go from the beginning again. And also the fundamental changes in financial thing, of course. And so this is something that I want to just mention now. And I know the United States, there are a lot of private driven projects, even though, New York is a little bit different. I think that, the John is actually working very well with the Navy Yards. I love the actually just stop by in Navy Yards by biking. The thing is, I think that the Navy Yards area could be maybe another hub for digital twin, of course, definitely, and prop tech. And I've noticed that a lot of situations going on here in New York City. And even I was thinking about evacuating from the city because I was really scared last year. So Elliot is actually living in the heart of Soho and Greenwich, but he survived. And so everybody's talking about these things and how the new government can rethink about during pandemic or post-pandemic. And they are really now aware of something has to be changed. So before we just talking about, we need a very strong innovation ecosystem, but we do have the Silicon Valley. And here in New York, who's gonna talk about, I know a lot of people talking about New York is a well-developed innovation ecosystem, but it's not apparently well-known innovation ecosystem to the world, right? So this is actually the moment for the city government of New York or state government is to maybe think something different way, like London. I'm not really big fan of London in terms of the politics. There's a lot of things happening in London anyway. But TLF, for example, the transport for London. So they're trying to just innovate something much more like something different. So it's a kind of another example for other countries. So if there's one decent silo projects or district, it can be actually leverage effect from outside of the countries or maybe adjacent cities or towns. So this is something that I'm actually working on, and I'd like to do with my potential partners, just like you guys. This is my comments.
Well, thank you, Peter. Yeah, certainly very, very true. With everything that you've said, you covered a lot of different topics there. But certainly grounding the fact that having the proper cooperation from government is key, and it's difficult when they're changing over. And one of the things that's complicated this period of time, from pre-COVID to post-COVID, is the fact that we've had a lot of turnover in governments at the same time, which is just added to sort of the overall chaos in trying to establish a baseline for many different industries, because now they have to get used to a whole new administration, as well as dealing with potential new metrics and blockchain issues and so forth. It's just a really challenging time for everyone across the board. But we'll get through this. I mean, of that I have no doubt. It's messy, but we'll get through it. Any comments on any of that from
yes.
want to add?
The last one to Richard, because you actually have a lot of experience working in Disney. So sometimes I thought that Disney is actually have like real estate properties, and they're running like a theme park in Florida and California. So it's kind of large lanes, and they actually just doing a lot of business in it. So it's kind of another city level initiatives, right? So for example, maybe John's initiatives, like putting in some kind of digital twin in Disneyland or Disney World, or maybe, if you actually just visit, and then maybe stopping by or driving through International Boulevard, where you can see, the SeaWorld out there and Universal Studios nearby. So entire zone near Orlando, for example, they can actually lead in one of the examples of the digital twin initiatives, because the people visiting there all the time, and they have the huge amount of the visitors on a yearly basis if they actually attract internationally. What do you think about, maybe from your experience, maybe Disney World or Disneyland can be one just big examples of the fourth industrial revolution kind of metrics?
Well, I agree 100%. It's something that I've been saying many times to anyone who's willing to listen, is that I think some of the best models at a micro level, very, very scalable, well, micro, they're not necessarily so micro, are some of the Disney resorts, only because of the complexity of the multiple systems. I mean, of course, everyone just sees the public facing, the rides, the attractions, and and all the fun aspects. But of course, those are real working environments with health and safety issues that have to be taken care of and taken in consideration, just like any city. Police force, fire force, medical force, infrastructure. A workforce of tens of thousands of people on a daily basis. And so I agree 100%. The other thing also that comes into play, well, and so the integration of all of those systems is the other thing that over the past 50 years have been fine-tuned to a point of high level of efficiency, because they have to. Because of all the real reasons that cities, smart cities being developed, have to develop very, very fine-tuned efficiencies in order to be able to be sustainable. This is something that at Disney we've had to develop over the past 50 years. And so the integration of all of these systems, when something goes wrong in however a sensor picks up something at a very, very micro level, that gets shot up all the way up to the macro level where it can immediately be identified and taken care of. And that stems all the way through the entire system, whether it's a mechanical issue, whether it's a personnel issue, whether there's a supply issue in one of the restaurants or what have you. All of these things, or in one of the resorts. These are all things that have been tied together and the systems have been refined. So I think there's a level of integration there that absolutely can be done. Going to sort of the Bitcoin and the standardization of that, again, I think the model that, Peter, as you said, we have people from all over the world that come to this one single location. And what we've done, and I say we, like I'm still there, but anyway, but what's been done is come up with a token system that's been tested over and revised over and over. I think we're on their 5th or 6th generation of a token, an ecosystem token wide, or a token to be used ecosystem wide through whether you're going into the park, whether you're getting your hotel, whether you're purchasing anything, and the efficiencies through the iterational process of that's been refined. I think that there are really great models there that can be looked at. Now, is it exact? No, of course it's not exact, but I think there's roots there, there's foundation material there that can really jumpstart a lot of groups and organizations that are looking to develop these systems.
I think that it's a kind of great combination in terms of business model for Disney right now, because they're making a lot of money through Disney Plus. So it's actually future generations, they're actually spending a lot of money to buy the contents, digital contents. And also at the same time, they actually have the gigantic lots to entertain old generations and now young generations as well.
Well, so right. That unifying spirit, not only just multi-generational, but also ability-wise as well. I can say, having designed many of these environments firsthand, I can say that we put a tremendous amount of thought and effort into all levels of abilities of individuals, so that there's an equal value of entertainment that's achieved for anybody, regardless of their age or their ability. And so this is something that's just key and fundamental, that again, whose processes I think are translatable to something as large as a city. Well, I say as large. I mean, Walt Disney World is a small city.
So, this is just like kind of little just propositions to the city, the leadership, because I have an experience meeting a lot of the mayors, even in the United States as well, and they want something kind of most important achievement during their terms as a mayor. That's it. And the thing is, the very attracting proposition should be delivered by the private sector. I think that kind of the environment, for example, Disney is in Florida. If I were a governor of Florida, or maybe the mayor of Orlando, there's maybe new initiatives coming together between the city mayor's office, or maybe the governor's office of Florida, and maybe the chairman's office of Disney, and trying to do something. They're trying to sell it, and because you see the skyrocketing population in Florida, because people now evacuating from other states. For example, Georgia is losing the population, more population in Florida. So this is just like a little propositions to the city or the public sectors or maybe governments, because governments cannot control everything. These initiatives, this kind of the new tech or smart city digital twins, it's going to take time for them to study and to take an action. The action is coming from the private sector. This government should become a shield for this kind of initiatives, but they cannot just do it every places in their town or entire state. They have to designate it one by one. So probably that will be very meaningful. Then I'm trying to just making a kind of connecting the dots, connecting the cities. Maybe Orlando coming, maybe collaborating with cities like in Oslo in Norway, or Tallinn in Estonia, just like that.
There's just a lot of different parallels that I think between some of the major infrastructures like power, even just down to the power grid and how that's done. And on the Disney, in Walt Disney World, for example, there's 3 different power plants, or I'm sorry, I think 2 power plants and 3 water treatment plants that are insulary from the external systems. It's completely self-contained in that regard. For lots of different reasons. Well, you know, oddly enough, one of the things that Walt Disney was very smart in setting up is their own governmental agency. So Walt Disney World is actually legally called the Reedy Creek District, which has its own mayor and has its own government structure, so that they can get so they can bypass a lot of this layering. Something that was just absolutely brilliant for him to do way back in the early days. And that has frankly allowed the freedom to be able to do an experiment with a lot of these larger subsystems without having to go through a lot of the red tape of governance. And you know, fast forward to many years later, in the mid 80s, the actual construction policies and so forth, guidelines and codes were actually adopted by the state from those used by Disney, because the states weren't sufficient enough to deal with the standards that we were building and constructing at the time. So what happened is, you know, the state just adopted those standards as sort of the as their baseline, only because what they had wasn't sufficient to cover what we were doing. So it's sort of interesting how the, you know, that symbiotic relationship, and how I think there's a tremendous amount that can be learned. And of course, you know, I'm talking about Walt Disney World, but we've, you know, I've had the good fortune to live all over the world and building our resorts in Europe and in Asia. And so the same goes just as much there as in Florida.
I'd like to step in here if I might. I just want to second this conversation we've just had. We, as far as all of our adventures, we actually did the smart infrastructure for the ecologically outstanding city down at Babcock Ranch down there in Florida. And we sent a whole team to Disney to understand all of this. The Reedy Creek Corporation, it was magnificent as far as what was set up. I would encourage everybody to study this, because it's a technique that not only works, but what happens is that the private sector, as you're saying, you get all this stuff going, and then the governments can step in and standardize on what's going on. But they need somebody else who has integrated thinking to do the whole picture all at once, and an entertaining experience for the public. I just absolutely second what you're saying here.
Wonderful, Richard. So let's wrap up. We actually 5 minutes past, but it's actually exciting.
Well, you know, yeah, well, we've had dynamic conversations, to be sure. So I certainly, oh yes, Selena, please.
I have 1 minute. Thank you. So I would like to link to COP26 today, the last day of Glasgow, right? So almost you guys here from UK, and we talk about smart city, climate tax, and net zero, right? And own government room it 2050, 30 years later. And then now rapid development of technology and science, why we cannot just reduce the duration, you know, like 15 years or 20 years, even less. And now we apply smart city and digital twin, right? And we can bring solution for government. They don't need to promise 30 years. It's too late. Yeah. So I think how much like we apply one building and then one city and the other roofing, and then the country like Vietnam, 100 population with small, you know, land, and we can reduce. And US like Japan, they use so much like energy, and now more renewable energy, you know, project come to Vietnam. So maybe next 10 years we can target 80% of the target. Yeah. Right. So I would like to link this, you know, like the question for all of us here, and then we could find solution together, you know. And at this point, that's on government promise next 30 years, you know.
And I think, Peter, your big issue is going to be, it's great for Vietnam that can make long-term decisions, great for China that will make long-term decisions. In democracies, we've got to get politics out of this. We've got to go in there and say to the mayor's office, like, whether it's you or the Conservatives or like whoever's going to be, you've got to sign up for 10, 20, 30-year plans. Don't play with this one. Play whatever else you want, but on this sort of stuff, plans. We've got to stick to a long-term plan. You can't build a city in 5 years, or in Bangalore, whereas last year where the mayor's in for 1 year. Oh, right. You can't do anything in a year. We've got to get both sides. You know, we're all worried about America. What if Trump gets back in again? He'll be back to coal. He'll be back slapping those blue-collar workers in the back. Hey, guys, you know what? Look at what Biden. This is where democracy is going to screw us. And we've got to get people like you, Peter, to go and talk to all sides and agree you don't change the policies. Because Vietnam, China, they're going to have the long-term thinking anyway.
Yeah, actually, the good thing about Vietnam is it's a single-party system. And, you know, in Korea, it's like a, you know, multi-party system, right? So bipartisan. So it's kind of, you just stick in the middle. So that's why I just tend to have very short-term, you know, smart city plans, like less than 6 years. Because the big change of the politics, there's nothing left. So that's the kind of biggest risk. Anyway, so yeah, it's up to you, it's all to you, Richard. You can wrap up.
Yes. Well, I just want to say thank you, and thank you to all our panelists and presenters for this session. It's been a fantastic discussion, and I certainly appreciate everyone being here. Thank you, Peter. Thank you to the World Smart Cities Forum for hosting this amazing conference, just in general, and this session in particular. So thank you all very much, and we will see you again soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you, and have a good day, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Selena.
Thank you, John, Paul, V, Selena.
Take care, everyone.
Yes.
Take care.
Pleasure.
Bye now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Richard.